Chapter 192. The more Ling Xiao followed that disciple, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why were they always walking on a narrow and winding path instead of the main path? Could it be that Master Mu has a hobby of seclusion? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. The further they walked, the more desolate the place became. Ling Xiao felt more and more uneasy. "Junior brother, where are you taking me?" Ling Xiao stood still and asked. The outer sect disciple smiled. "Senior brother, don't be anxious. The Peak Lord is cultivating not far from here. We'll be there soon." His words were evasive, and Ling Xiao had already noticed something was wrong. "Let's see what you can do." Ling Xiao became vigilant. At the same time, he disdainfully thought to himself. An annoying figure appeared in his mind. After walking for a short while, he arrived at a cliff on the mountain peak. It was still early in the morning, and there was still a white mist lingering around the mountain. The mist in front of the cliff was even thicker. "We're here, right? Call him out, I'll wait." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. How could this possibly be the place where the wooden flag peak's peak master cultivated? It was obvious that someone had come looking for trouble. He had only offended one person on Wooden Flag Peak. Needless to say, that person was definitely here for revenge. As expected, just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw that it was none other than Lao Fanren. "Hee, brat, we meet again." Lao Fanren laughed evilly at Ling Xiao. Beside him were the people who had been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao calmly looked at Lao Fanren and said, "Convict Lao. No, I should respectfully call you senior convict. Don't you know that internal strife is forbidden within the same sect? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Master? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've won Master's favor. Let me ask you, did you kill my cousin?" Lao Fanren coldly snorted. "Your cousin? Who is it? I've killed countless people, so how would I know which Tom, Dick, or Harry you're talking about?" Ling Xiao asked sarcastically, but in his heart, he was puzzled. Why is this guy suspecting me? Lao Fanren's younger cousin was Lao Fanqing. Not long ago, during the Purple Maple Valley's training, he tried to do something to Wu Xixue and was eaten by the Golden Wolf King. Ling Xiao believed that no one would know that he was the one who ordered it. After all, when he came to the Purple Heaven City, or the Purple Heaven Sect, he did not let anyone know that he had a spirit beast to protect him. "Sharp-tongued bastard, it doesn't matter if you killed him or not. You must die today. Surround him and do not let him escape." Lao Fanren bellowed. He took out his profound level iron rod and smashed it towards Ling Xiao. Lao Fanren did not dare to be careless. He knew that Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, so he used 10% of his strength right from the start. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao. In any case, even if he killed Ling Xiao here, no one else would know. To be honest, it was just an excuse for him to accuse Ling Xiao of killing his cousin. The main reason was that Ling Xiao had saved Li Kuanghu and offended him in front of so many people. He couldn't swallow it. Originally, he did not want to kill Ling Xiao either. After all, his master had already accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple, and they could be considered to be fellow disciples. The sect strictly forbade internal strife. Unless it was a grudge that could not be resolved, one could apply to the sect for a life and death battle. However, just 2 days ago, someone offered a heavy reward for Ling Xiao's life. This heavy reward was extremely tempting to him. After several considerations, he still decided to take the risk. When Ling Xiao was a middle-stage mystic cultivator, he was not afraid of a high-stage mystic cultivator. Although Lao Fanren relied on the power of his profound level weapon, Ling Xiao relied on the speed of the wind attribute. Dodging his attack was no problem at all. Moreover, he had already advanced to a high-stage mystic cultivator, and his strength was only higher than Lao Fanren's. Defeating Lao Fanren was just a matter of raising his hand. After Ling Xiao deftly dodged Lao Fanren's attack, he clearly felt that the opponent was going to kill him. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao frowned. Using Cloud Phantom Shadow, he circled to Lao Fanren's back and attacked with a few rows of palm shadows. Papa! Lao Fanren was slapped a few meters away, but he was not injured at all. "All right, I forgot that he still has a defensive inner armor. Ling Xiao just remembered that Lao Fanren was originally wearing a defensive inner armor. When he had just entered the sect, he had already experienced it. This brat is too strange. I have to finish this battle quickly. If I delay, there will be changes and it will be troublesome. Lao Fanren suppressed his surging aura and thought to himself. He pinched a storm pill in his hand and swallowed it. Attack together, get rid of him. After Lao Fanren swallowed the pill, he called for his companions to surround and attack Ling Xiao. He knew that it would be difficult to get rid of Ling Xiao by himself in a short period of time, but he did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to escape under the siege of so many people. He did not know that Ling Xiao had never thought of escaping. Just based on a few people here, he really did not put them in his eyes. Come, let's just treat it as a morning exercise. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes flashed with brilliance, and his aura was released completely. The few people around him brandished their xianqi and charged at Ling Xiao. The profound weapon in Lao Fanren's hand condensed the strongest power and swung out a ray of solid rod light. It was like a falling tree trunk, smashing towards Ling Xiao. Facing the numerous attacks, Ling Xiao turned into a few afterimages and attacked those with the weakest abilities at the periphery. Palm shadows flew, and whip kicks were traceless. Boom boom. The incoming people did not know what happened, and they were heavily injured by Ling Xiao. Here, only Lao Fanren was a high-level mystic cultivator, and the others were only mid-level mystic cultivators. Moreover, Ling Xiao attacked with all his might, and everyone fell to the ground in one move. Lao Fanren did not expect that Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that the people he brought actually fell before they could even react. He was shocked for a moment, but he had already shed all pretense of cordiality and definitely could not back down now. 10,000 Vine Kill. Lao Fanren used his strongest killer move, and both his hands held the rod weapon tightly. Rays of green light appeared, and his aura directly approached the peak of a high-level mystic cultivator. Whoosh! The rod light smashed towards Ling Xiao, and that rod light actually turned into countless green vines, wrapping and cutting towards Ling Xiao. This move came too quickly and too suddenly, and when Ling Xiao sent the last person flying, it was already too late to dodge. Rumble! Phew, he must be dead now. Lao Fanren exclaimed softly, a little exhausted. That move just now had already used up all his profound energy, and it was his strongest move. If I have to die, it will be you who dies first. Ling Xiao bounced up from the ground, wiped the blood stain at the corner of his mouth, and stared fiercely at Lao Fanren. Fortunately, the defense of the Vajra 5 transformation art was not bad, or else he would really be dead under this move. You're actually fine? Lao Fanren said in disbelief. I'm fine. I'm seriously fine. You actually injured me. I will return it to you properly. Ling Xiao twisted his neck and said, and instantly appeared in front of Lao Fanqing. A punch was thrown out, very direct and simple. Smack! Lao Fanren's nose broke with a sound. Damn, you actually want to kill me. Ling Xiao was furious. He did not want to be enemies, but trouble always came to him. Ling Xiao seized Lao Fanren's rod weapon and then punched Lao Fanren's face. Lao Fanren did not have a chance to counterattack, and in just a moment, he was beaten into a pig's head. His screams resounded through the forest. Ling Xiao stepped on Lao Fanren's face and said coldly, You say, should I kill you? If you have the guts, kill me. Our Lao family will not let you go. Lao Fanren had some backbone and was not afraid of Ling Xiao's threat. Good, very good. Since you have the guts, then die. Ling Xiao responded twice, and the rod in his hand smashed towards Lao Fanren's head. No, don't. It's not that I want to kill you. It's that someone wants to buy your life. Lao Fanren, under the threat of death, completely collapsed and could not help but cry out. He could feel that Ling Xiao could really kill him. That strong, killing intent was too real. Ling Xiao stopped and said with a frown, Are you trying to replace me? In the sect, other than you who wanted to kill me, I really haven't offended anyone else. No, this is true. It was Lu Dong who promised to give me a third rank pill to help me break through to the Spirit Master level. The condition was that I had to kill you before you entered Wood Flag Peak, so I planned to kill you. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Lao Fanren continuously explained as he begged for mercy. Lu Dong? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he murmured. He and Lu Dong only had a disagreement once, and it was not a big deal. Was he going to kill him because of that? However, even if it was Lu Dong's instigation, Lao Fanren still had the intention to kill. If it wasn't for his hard hand, he would have died here. Moreover, he had promised to avenge Li Kuang-hu, so he absolutely could not let him off lightly. Ling Xiao extended his claws, and his hand directly slapped Lao Fanren's chest. Pooh! Lao Fanren was shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Scram! If it wasn't for the fact that we are from the same sect, I definitely would not let you go so easily. I'll take this profound artifact. Ling Xiao kicked Lao Fanren again as he spoke. Lao Fanren climbed up from the ground with difficulty and unwillingly looked at Ling Xiao before dragging his heavily injured body away. He was extremely unwilling. That staff was a profound artifact that was rewarded to him by his family, and it was what he relied on to fight against his enemies. Now that it was taken by Ling Xiao, he would not let this matter go so easily. However, he did not know that he did not have long to live. The palm that Ling Xiao had just slapped on his chest had already passed a trace of innate Yin Wind, evil qi over. This innate Yin Wind, evil qi was even more tyrannical than the one in Ji Beixin's body. It was just like Li Yang's Yang poison, which could survive in Lao Fanren's body until his internal organs were completely destroyed and he died. Ling Xiao did not care about the life and death of this kind of person. Could it be that others were allowed to kill him, but not him? This was absolutely impossible. However, Ling Xiao had taken away Lao Fanren's profound artifact, which caused him to cause quite a bit of trouble in the future. Chapter 193. After a small disturbance, Ling Xiao finally saw Mu Huai under the guidance of other disciples. Mu Huai saw that Ling Xiao's clothes were torn and there were many wounds on him. Blood was still flowing, so he nervously asked Ling Xiao what was going on. Ling Xiao truthfully told Mu Huai the cause and effect of the matter, and wanted to see what his cheat master's attitude was. Outrageous! As a senior brother, Lao Fanren openly committed murder in the peak and went against the sect's decree. Looks like he needs to be properly punished. Mu Huai's eyes revealed a displeased expression, and he slammed the table heavily as he shouted angrily. Ling Xiao was a good disciple that he had painstakingly gotten. On the first day he came to the peak, he was almost killed by Lao Fanren. He wanted to immediately strangle Lao Fanren to death. Although Lao Fanren was also one of his beloved disciples, in front of Ling Zhao's 100% pure wood attribute, he was a little unsightly. Moreover, he did not feel satisfied with any of the disciples in the sect. Now, there was one that he was satisfied with, but he was almost killed. It would be strange if he was not angry. Ling Xiao was satisfied with Mu Huai's attitude, so he reluctantly recognized him as a cheat master. Actually, this can't be blamed on senior brother Lao. I believe that he was also instigated by someone to be so biased against disciples, Ling Xiao said to Mu Huai vaguely. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao with satisfaction and said, "It would be great if your senior brother Lao was as broad-minded as you are. Don't worry, I will make the decision for you. Those outer disciples will have all their Xin Qi destroyed and be expelled from the sect. As for your senior brother Lao, he will be punished to face the wall for 3 years." Lao Fanren was his disciple after all, and he was also an inter-sect disciple. He was still useful to Wood Flag Peak, and he had to give some face to the Lao family. Furthermore, Ling Zhao's words had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. He was even more satisfied with Ling Xiao, and he thought to himself, this kid knows how to conduct himself. It looks like my Wooden Flag Peak is going to prosper soon. After Mu Huai ordered the warden to give his order, he personally brought Ling Xiao to arrange his residence. With Mu Huai's status, there was naturally no need for him to personally bring Ling Xiao there. However, he still had matters to discuss with Ling Xiao in detail, so he brought him along on the way. When they arrived at Ling Zhao's residence, Mu Huai let him go in and change into a set of wood flag peaks, martial robes, before lecturing him. Ling Zhao, under our wood flag peak, there are a total of 65 inner sect disciples. Compared to the other peaks, the number of inner sect disciples is below average. Every 2 years, the sect will hold a little competition among the inner sect disciples to determine the difference between the peaks. The overall strength of our wood flag peaks disciples is not as good as the other peaks, which is why I am so eager for you to join my wood flag peak. With your talent and my careful training, you will definitely be able to break through to the spirit master level within 2 to 3 years. Within 15 years, there is hope for you to become a king. The future of my wood flag peak rests on you. Mu Huai patted Ling Zhao's shoulder as he spoke. His eyes revealed a kind and yearning expression. After breaking through to the spirit master level in 2 to 3 years, Ling Zhao would only be in his early 20s. Within 15 years, he would be able to become a king, which would be in his 30s. In the entire Northwest region, those who could break through to the king level in their 30s were practically existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Within the Purple Sky sect, almost every king-level expert was already 100 years old. Only the sect master's daughter, Yun Mengqi, was able to reach her current strength of half a step into the king level because she had obtained an Earth Emperor level inheritance. Moreover, Yun Mengqi's Tenbin was also extremely high. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before she would become a super genius who would break through to the king level before the age of 25. A fortuitous encounter like Yun Mengqi's was not something that just anyone could obtain. As for Ling Zhao, he was a pure wood attribute cultivator, so there definitely wouldn't be too many obstructions in cultivating the wood attribute. As long as he accumulated to a certain extent, he would naturally be able to break through. That was why Mu Huai was so confident in saying such words. Ling Zhao will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations and wholeheartedly cultivate. In the future, I will spread the name of my wood flag peak, Ling Zhao said solemnly. Good. How good would it be if you only belonged to my wood flag peak? Your cultivation speed would definitely be doubled, Mu Huai said with emotion. He had always wanted to induce Ling Zhao to give up learning alchemy and only join his wood flag peak. This would be even more perfect. Master, you don't have to worry. In the future, not only will I become a high-grade alchemist, I will also become a powerful martial artist. In this way, I can spread the name of my wood flag peak, and I can also refine medicinal pills for the disciples under the peak. This will benefit our peak, so what's wrong with that? Ling Zhao tried to persuade Mu Huai instead. Mu Huai pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, All right, it's good that you can think like this. Now that you've joined my peak, I will pass on a set of mysterious techniques to you for you to cultivate. I will pass on the chant to you now, so remember it well. Mu Huai sat down cross-legged and began to recite the chant. Ling Zhao restrained his thoughts, sat down cross-legged as well, and began to silently memorize the chant. When Ling Zhao repeatedly imprinted the chant in his mind, when he opened his eyes again, he found that Mu Huai was no longer there. Invisible wood technique, illusory, 7 kills. It sounds quite domineering, but I don't know how powerful it is, Ling Zhao muttered. The mysterious technique that Mu Huai had just passed on to him was called invisible wood technique, and it also had the accompanying mysterious technique, illusory, 7 kills. This technique was the highest rank technique of Wood Flag Peak, and it was a top-grade green rank technique. At the foot of Wood Flag Peak, there were only a few disciples who could obtain this set of invisible wood technique that Mu Huai had personally passed on. It was clear that Mu Huai attached great importance to Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao originally cultivated at Wood Flag Peak. After Mu Huai passed on the invisible wood technique to him, he began to cultivate in seclusion. For 7 consecutive days, Ling Zhao did not step out of his residence. After 7 days of comprehension, he already understood how to cultivate the invisible wood technique, and he also knew the true essence of the invisible wood technique. The so-called wood concealment technique was just like its name. When one cultivated to the highest realm of the wood concealment technique, one would be able to transform into a tree and conceal within the bushes of trees without being noticed by others. Coupled with the profound skill illusion 7 slaughter, one would absolutely be able to defeat and assassinate one's enemies by surprise. However, why did Ling Xiao feel that this seemed to be a kind of assassination technique? He always felt that this technique was somewhat lacking, as if it was just an honorable. After Ling Xiao's comprehension, he came to the conclusion that cultivating the invisible wood technique had 2 great benefits. First, wood attribute techniques possess some healing functions. Although it was not as obvious as the water attribute and light attribute, it did indeed exist. Second, it allowed one to be concealed in the bushes at any place. When he thought of a beautiful woman bathing in the middle of a lake, he could hide in the bushes nearby and peep without being discovered by others. Wouldn't that be great? If Mu Huai knew that Ling Xiao actually cultivated this mysterious technique that he was so proud of, in order to peep at a beautiful woman bathing, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao had the motivation to cultivate. Next, he operated his Xian energy according to the cultivation formula and began to cultivate the invisible wood technique. Just like that, a few days passed. These days, Ling Xiao was intoxicated by the pleasure of cultivating the invisible wood technique. He felt that this invisible wood technique was really easy to cultivate. He had only cultivated for a few days, but the Xian energy in his body had an obvious growth. This speed was a little too fast. At the same time, he was comprehending the illusory 7 kills sword technique. This illusory 7 kills had to be matched with the invisible wood technique in order to display its extraordinary power. However, Ling Xiao felt that this illusory 7 kills could be used for assassination. For a real frontal attack, it was really not as good as his 3 moves of Sword Tyrant and 6 secrets of Unyielding Snow. Now, Ling Xiao had stayed on Wooden Flag Peak for almost half a month. Apart from cultivating from day to night, he basically had very little contact with the outside world. Another night, he sat cross-legged outside the house and operated his Xian energy to cultivate the invisible wood technique. The Xian energy in his body flowed along a certain path between his meridians. At this time, in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a small tree was emitting an emerald green light. This little guy is beginning to understand how to use my origin attribute. This is great. Lu Wang, who was in the small tree, said to himself excitedly. Then, he closed his old eyes and began to recover his vitality. Under his roots, he continuously absorbed the Xian energy that Ling Xiao had transformed into the wood attribute. Ling Xiao did not know that the Xian energy that he had painstakingly strengthened had been split into 2, and half of it had been absorbed by Lu Wang in his sea of consciousness. After cultivating at Wooden Flag Peak for half a month, Ling Xiao was preparing to leave for Herb Peak when Mu Huai appeared. Disciple greets master. Ling Xiao greeted Mu Huai. Forget it, Mu Huai said, then asked, how is your comprehension of the invisible wood technique? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Master now. Master, I've finished comprehending the invisible wood technique. Disciple has already begun to cultivate it. Ling Xiao replied. You've already cultivated it? Mu Huai asked in surprise. Yes. Ling Xiao replied with a nod. Let me see, Mu Huai said, then immediately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and began to examine the Xian energy in Ling Xiao's body. Good. I didn't expect your comprehension to be so good. You can go back. Remember not to forget to cultivate the invisible wood technique when you return to her peak. Okay? Mu Huai happily instructed. Ling Xiao bowed towards Mu Huai, then went down the mountain. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao's young figure, stroked his beard, and said to himself, this kid is even more outstanding than I imagined. There's hope for our peak to rise. When Ling Xiao returned to her peak, he first went to greet his master, Nangong Chengal, before returning to the bamboo forest. When he returned to the bamboo forest, he couldn't help but nag with Hua Xiaogui again. After half a month of hard work, Hua Xiaogui's cloud-dispersing force profound strength had an obvious increase, and he had reached the middle stage of a middle-stage profound practitioner. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to a high-stage profound practitioner. For this, Ling Xiao felt happy for him. This kid was actually willing to calm down and cultivate. When Ling Xiao returned to his residence, he first took a bath and then had a good night's sleep. After that, he began to adjust his state of mind to refine the bone-replenishing pill. Before Ling Xiao went to refine the pill, he specifically told Hua Xiaogui not to disturb him. Only then did he feel at ease to refine the pill. From G2, Ling Xiao had obtained 2 rank 3 water attribute beast dawn, as well as yellow marrow grass and some other auxiliary spear grasses. These were the 2 sets of bone-forming pills that G2 had prepared beforehand. Furthermore, he had the ox tendon vine and some other auxiliary spirit grasses. Refining the upgraded version of the bone-forming pill, the muscle and bone-forming pill, was no longer a problem. Whether Li Kuang and Ji Beixin's legs could recover depended on Ling Xiao's actions. Chapter 194. On Herb Peak, in the midst of the bamboo forest, in an alchemy room filled with the fragrance of medicine, a young man was throwing second-tier spiritual herbs into the medicine cauldron from time to time. Flames danced in his hands, dazzling people. The flames were sometimes big and sometimes small. The spiritual herbs withered, and the medicinal essence was extracted bit by bit. After a round of refinement, Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with fine sweat, but his expression was still abnormally serious. After all the spiritual herbs had been completely refined, a water attribute beast core appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. This water attribute beast core was a mid-tier, third-tier beast core. It was emitting a faint blue halo and contained a powerful energy within it. After Ling Xiao took 2 qi returning pills, he threw the beast core into the medicine cauldron. Pung! The intense flames instantly surged, burning the surroundings of the medicine cauldron. A formless mental strength drilled out of his sea of consciousness, turning into the shape of a sharp blade. It incessantly cut and separated the 2 fist-sized beast cores in order to speed up the refinement. After an unknown amount of time, the energy of the beast cores was completely separated. It's time! Ling Xiao gently took a breath and took 2 more elixirs. The flames in his hands were at full force, and his mental strength wrapped around the medicine cauldron at the same time. All the spiritual herb essence and the energy of the beast cores in the medicine cauldron were instantly kneaded together, producing a strong mass of air in the middle of the medicine cauldron. The mass of air became more and more solid. Condense. Pung. A muffled sound came from the medicine cauldron, and a white smoke rose. 2 smooth and flawless elixirs appeared in front of him. Phew, I finally succeeded. Ling Xiao wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and immediately kept the 2 bone and marrow replenishing pills. The elixirs had been refined, but Ling Xiao's mental strength was extremely exhausted. He immediately took out the elixirs and returned to his room to meditate. Following the completion of the elixirs, Ling Xiao's mood was also a lot more relaxed. However, he still remembered one thing in his heart. If he didn't resolve this matter as soon as possible, he wouldn't feel too comfortable. That was what Lao Fanren had said. Lu Dong, this despicable person, actually wanted to sell his life. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to find out sooner or later. However, Ling Xiao wandered aimlessly around Medicine Peak for a few days in a row, but did not find any trace of Lu Dong. After asking around, he found out that Lu Dong had been sent by the sect to a remote city to handle some matters. You're lucky, but I'll have to get my revenge eventually, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Another half a month at Medicine Peak passed by quickly. During his days at Medicine Peak, he would study alchemy when he had nothing to do. Occasionally, he would discuss alchemy with Hua Xiaogui. Nangong Changle would also frequently appear to impart some insights into alchemy to them. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more proficient in the art of alchemy. When night fell, Ling Xiao began to cultivate the invisible wood art. At the same time, he also began to study the raging flame finger technique from the Li family. His days were very fulfilling. Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was so hardworking and was also affected. He became more focused and continued to cultivate the cloud-expelling force day and night, hoping to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. In the middle of the month, Ling Xiao went down the mountain again. This time, Hua Xiaogui was determined to follow Ling Xiao out no matter what. After staying on Medicine Peak for a month and a half, he was almost bored out of his mind. Ling Xiao could not dissuade him, so he could only bring him down the mountain together. After going down the mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to his courtyard. He had not seen Xia Xianxian for a month, and this little girl seemed to have grown a little taller. Ling Xiao knew that this little girl had suffered a lot in the past. She had not been able to absorb nutrients, which led to her stunted growth. Now that the conditions were better, her growth speed had become obvious. Ling Xiao let Hua Xiaogui play with Xia Xianxian in the courtyard, while he called Li Kuanghu into the house. This is the bone and muscle replenishing pill. Ling Xiao handed a pill to Li Kuanghu and said. Li Kuanghu trembled as he took the pill from Ling Xiao, and then he could not wait to swallow the pill. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to him and walked out of the house. He believed that it would not be long before Li Kuanghu could recover to his original state. After half an hour, my foot is finally healed. Li Kuanghu's exclamation came from the room. After solving Li Kuanghu's matter, Ling Xiao went to the city lord's mansion alone. Hua Xiaogui took Xia Xianxian and Li Kuanghu to stroll around the purple sky sect to relax his nerves. When G2 saw Ling Xiao again, he was so excited that he could not speak. Ling Xiao did not break his promise. Ling Xiao walked into the city lord's mansion again. G2 only told Ling Xiao where Ji Beixin was, and then let him find her himself. Ding dong, ding ding dong. It was another melodious tune that intoxicated everyone. This melody was clearly different from the last time. There seemed to be a vague sense of longing in this melody. At the same time, there was also a sense of loneliness, and there was a sense of cheerful joy. After the song was played, a clear voice like an oriole leaving the valley sounded. "Are you here?" Ling Xiao walked across the bridge and entered the pavilion. Looking at the slender figure, he said softly, "It's me." Ji Beixin turned her delicate face over. Her originally pale face was suffused with a faint flush as she looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Ling Xiao squatted down and held her hand. He said softly, "I've made you wait for a long time." Ji Beixin slightly raised the corner of her mouth. Her expression was simply too beautiful to behold. She said, "No matter how long I wait, I know you will definitely come." Ling Xiao replied softly. He took out the muscle and bone regeneration pill and handed it over to her. "You can stand up today." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes shone with excitement, but she quickly calmed down and said, "Thank you. There's no need to thank me between us." Ling Xiao replied. After Ji Beixin consumed the pill, she could not jump up like Li Kuanghu. After all, her situation was different from Li Kuanghu's. She was innately attacked by the baleful Yin Qi, causing her legs to be crippled. Although she had the muscle and bone regeneration pill to recover her tendons and feet, she was still unable to immediately walk or run. However, it was true that he could already stand up. In the future, as long as he practiced walking more, he should be no different from an ordinary person. Seeing that his granddaughter was able to stand up, G2 was so excited that his old eyes were filled with joy. He continuously thanked Ling Xiao. Back then, he only said thank you on the surface. He took out a few level 3 spirit grass and 20 low-grade profound crystals and gave them to Ling Xiao as compensation. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept the spirit grass and profound crystals. Among them, he discovered that there was a spirit grass that was of great use to him, which made him overjoyed. A day passed quickly. Before leaving the city lord's mansion, Ji Beixin was reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that this girl had already fallen deeply in love with him, but he had no time to make any promises to Ji Beixin right now. He could only helplessly tell her that he would come to see her often before leaving the city lord's mansion. Returning to the Purple Heaven sect, Ling Xiao went straight to the Wooden Flag Peak. In the Wooden Flag Peak, everyone knew that Ling Xiao was the beloved disciple of the Peak Lord, so no one dared to plot against Ling Xiao. As for Lao Fanren, who had plotted against Ling Xiao, he died for no reason. This made others stay away from Ling Xiao, as if they all felt that this matter was related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not take this to heart. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already been in the Purple Heaven sect for a year. During this year, Ling Xiao spent half of his time in the Medicine Peak and the other half in the Wooden Flag Peak. Occasionally, he would go to the city to visit Xia Xianxian and Ji Beixin. After Ji Beixin took Ling Xiao's bone replenishing pill, she had returned to normal after a period of recuperation. However, she still lived in seclusion and rarely went out of the city. It was as if she was not the slightest bit curious about everything outside the city. On the contrary, every time Ling Xiao went to see her, she would ask to go out with Ling Xiao. Ji Beixin was as beautiful as a fairy. Walking in the Purple Heaven City, no matter where she went, she would attract a wolf-like greedy gaze. Because of this, she even met a few playboys who wanted to bully the weak and snatch the beauty. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had broken the legs of those playboys, which shocked a lot of people. Of course, Ling Xiao only spent a small part of his time down mountain. Most of his time was still spent on cultivation and alchemy. Now, Ling Xiao's profound strength had reached the peak realm by relying on the invisible wood technique and the 3 parts origin returning technique. This speed could be said to be extremely fast. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for a person with a high cultivation level in Tenbin to accumulate from the beginning of a high-level mystic realm to the peak of the mystic realm, but Ling Xiao only took a year to reach it. No one would believe it if he said it. At the same time, Ling Xiao's mental strength was also accumulating at an astonishing speed through the frequent refining of medicinal pellets and the spiritual herbs that he bought from the Spirit Herb Hall to increase his mental strength. Now, Ling Xiao was able to use his mental strength to attack within a range of 20 meters, and his sensitivity was as high as 500 meters. What was even more worth mentioning was that Ling Xiao's cultivation of the Raging Flame Finger had already reached the initial stage. Among the numerous profound arts and profound skills, only the Vajra 5 transformation art remained at its original stage and did not make any progress. This matter made Ling Xiao extremely distressed. The Vajra 5 transformation art was not inferior to the 3 parts origin returning technique, and was much more powerful than the invisible wood technique. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to give up on cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation art. However, he knew that this matter was still lacking some opportunity and could not be rushed. In addition, Hua Xiaogui had already successfully broken through to a high-level profound practitioner half a year ago. After 3 months of stabilizing her realm, Nangong Changle used medicinal pellets to forcefully raise Hua Xiaogui's cultivation to that of a low-level mystic realm cultivator. Now that he could already use the fire attribute to refine medicinal pellets, he could be considered a true first-grade alchemist. It had to be said that Hua Xiaogui's tenbin of refining medicinal pellets was extremely high, and even Nangong Changle was full of praises for him. Even though his success rate was not as abnormal as Ling Xiao's, it was still around 70 to 80%. For a first-grade alchemist, this was extremely rare. Through Ling Xiao's observation, he always felt that his master, Nangong Changle, and Hua Xiaogui's relationship seemed to be rather close, and he always felt that there was some unknown secret between the two. Ling Xiao was not a person who liked to gossip. Although he was curious, he would never investigate this matter to the end. Moreover, he was not the kind of person who was extremely jealous. Even if Nangong Changle treated Hua Xiaogui warmly, it did not matter to him. Even though Nangong Changle was a 4th-grade alchemist, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was only an alchemist that was 1 grade higher than him. Once he broke through to the Spirit Master level, he would have an even stronger strength, and, with the pill formulas and essentials of the pill refining technique, with his talent and comprehension, it would not be too difficult for him to become a fourth-grade alchemist. Peaceful days would eventually pass. A piece of news that made Ling Xiao extremely angry suddenly came. Chapter 195. Xia Xianxian had been kidnapped. When Ling Xiao received the news, he was still cultivating on Wooden Flag Peak. It was Li Kuanghu who found G2, and G2 sent people into the sect to inform Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he was furious. He immediately stopped cultivating and rushed down the mountain from Wooden Flag Peak. When he saw Li Kuanghu, his body was very weak. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. Kuanghu, what is going on? Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and asked with an ashen face. If Li Kuanghu was not injured, he would have scolded Li Kuanghu for not being able to protect her. As for Xia Xianxian, Ling Xiao treated her like his own sister. But now that she had been kidnapped, how could he not be angry? Li Kuanghu climbed up from the bed with difficulty and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Young master, please punish me. Kuanghu was unable to protect Mississippi. Get up first, Ling Xiao said. He took a deep breath and said, tell me what's going on. Li Kuanghu stood up and said, Miss was playing in the yard today when a strange old man came and insisted on taking Miss as his disciple. Miss naturally did not dare, but that strange old man actually wanted to take Miss away. I went to stop him, but unexpectedly, that strange old man's strength was extraordinary. He knocked me out with one move. When I woke up, Miss was already gone. I had no choice but to ask City Lord Ji for help. He knocked you out with one move? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He then said, could this person be a spirit master? Young master, I can't feel any spiritual energy from him. I also feel that he should not be as simple as a spirit master, Li Kuanghu guessed. Not just spirit master, Ling Xiao said in shock. Yes, he only raised his hand, and I completely lost the ability to resist. Even a spirit master would not be so powerful, Li Kuanghu replied. For a moment, Ling Xiao's forehead formed a chuan shape. A deep feeling of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Ever since he transmigrated and was reborn, this had never happened before. Xia Xianxian was kidnapped, but he did not know who did it. Even Li Kuanghu, a high-level mystic cultivator, was knocked unconscious in just one move. This showed how powerful the person was. Even if he stayed by Xia Xuanchuan's side, he might not be able to protect her. Damn it, my strength is still too low. I need to break through to the martial master level as soon as possible. Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his heart yearning to advance to the next level. At the same time, he also asked G2 to send people to look for the strange old man that Li Kuanghu said. It was a pity that he turned over the Purple Heaven City, but he couldn't find a shadow. Since then, Xia Xianxian had disappeared. However, when he thought about how the other party wanted to take her in as his disciple, there shouldn't be any danger. Thus, Ling Xiao stopped searching. Ling Xiao returned to the sect and announced that he would go into death seclusion on Wood Flag Peak. He swore that he would not come out until he reached Spirit Master level. Mu Huai did not expect that Ling Xiao could break through to Spirit Master level in short year. He was overjoyed. Ling Xiao was only 19 years old. In the Purple Heaven sect, only Yun Mingqi had reached Spirit Master level before 20. He hoped that Ling Xiao could succeed in one go. Nangong Changle did not have any objections to Ling Xiao's seclusion. In any case, he felt that it would be beneficial for Ling Xiao to break through. At that time, he could teach Ling Xiao how to refine third-grade elixirs. In a stone cave on Wood Flag Peak that was full of spiritual energy, Ling Xiao was meditating like a statue. His whole body was emitting colorful light of attributes, which looked extremely magical. Ling Xiao chose to suddenly go into seclusion at this time. One reason was because of Xia Xianxian, and the other reason was that he wanted to catch up to that figure. Because he accidentally heard his master Mu Huai say that Yun Mingqi had successfully broken through from half-step king level to king level yesterday. When Ling Xiao heard this, he immediately became annoyed. He felt that his speed of advancement was still too slow. He was so slow that he did not know when he would be able to catch up to Yunmichi. This time, his profound strength had just reached the peak of high-level profound disciple, and he could not wait to break through. In fact, it was a bit too hasty. Breaking through from profound disciple level to spirit master level was a change in fighting strength and form. It was also a dividing line between whether a martial artist could reach a higher level in their lifetime. Once a martial artist reached spirit master level, they would no longer cultivate the profound strength in their body. Instead, they would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their body, strengthen their muscles, and make their fighting strength even more astonishing. At the same time, they would be able to look inside their body, such as their internal organs, meridians, acupuncture points, sea of consciousness. It could be said that only after breaking through to spirit master level could one be considered a true cultivator. Spirit master level represented the strongest power in Meteor City, but in Purple Sky Sect, it was only the backbone of power. In the whole Xianling continent, it was only a martial artist who had just entered the sect. If one wanted to transform the profound strength in one's body into spiritual strength, then one must sense the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body, so that the profound strength in one's body was replaced by spiritual energy. Only then could one become a true spirit master. This process seemed very simple, but it was really very difficult to take this step. Otherwise, there would not be so few spirit master level experts in Meteor City at that time. Originally, with Ling Zhao's comprehension and the level of his profound strength, there was a certain chance that he could guide the spiritual energy into his body and replace his profound strength, so that he could reach spirit master level. Unfortunately, his current state of mind was already in a mess. His normal state of meditation was completely messed up. The profound strength in his body kept rushing around in his meridians, and his breath was completely messed up. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes became terrifyingly red, and his profound strength swelled to the point that the meridians in his body seemed to be about to explode. Ling Xiao was like a wild beast, both of his fists waving around in a disorderly manner. One after another, the attributed profound strength exploded on the rock walls, making muffled sounds, and many pits suddenly appeared. The Wood Flag Mountain disciples who were cultivating in the nearby caves were all alarmed by the bursts of rumbling sounds, interrupting their cultivation. One by one, they rushed out of the caves. Damn, what the hell is he doing? He wants to destroy the mountain peak. Who is in the 8th cultivation room? Damn it, I almost broke through. This is great. I don't know when I can break through again. I'll go fight him with my life. Don't go. Didn't you see how big of a commotion he caused? You'll only be asking for trouble if you go in. Damn, what a pervert. If he wants to cultivate, he doesn't have to do it in the stone room, really. After an unknown amount of time, the stone cave gradually calmed down. A figure fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The knuckles of both hands were covered with blood. At this moment, Ling Zhao's meridians were in a mess, and his inner breath was in a mess. He was unconscious. Outside the cave, an old man waved his hand, and the sealed entrance of the stone room was opened. Mu Huai slowly walked in and looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground. He shook his head lightly and said, "This child is too anxious." Then Mu Huai lifted Ling Xiao from the ground and flew out of the cave with him. Back at his residence, Mu Huai pressed his palm on Ling Zhao's chest, and a green light suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, after the green light entered Ling Zhao's body, it was guided to the depths of Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness by a force of attraction. Mu Huai didn't know what was going on, so he frowned slightly and increased the amount of energy he used to urge his spiritual power. However, Ling Zhao's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power he poured in, it still didn't have any effect. This made Mu Huai puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. Does a body with a pure wood attribute need so much spiritual power? Mu Huai muttered to himself. He stopped channeling spiritual power and stuffed 2 pills into Ling Zhao's mouth. Then, he carried him and flew towards Medicine Peak. Old Man Nangong, quickly come out and save him. Mu Huai was worried about Ling Zhao's safety. As soon as he arrived above Medicine Peak, he anxiously called out. Nangong Changle quickly shot out from a direction. Old Huai, what's wrong with Ling Xiao? Nangong Changle looked at Mu Huai carrying Ling Xiao and couldn't help but ask worriedly. This kid is about to break through to Spirit Master, so he's a bit anxious. He's probably gone mad. Let's go below you first, Mu Huai explained before descending from the sky. Nangong Changle led the way and hurriedly entered one of the houses. Mu Huai put Ling Xiao down, and Nangong Changle impatiently took Ling Zhao's pulse. He's really gone mad. Nangong Changle felt Ling Zhao's pulse and immediately confirmed Ling Zhao's condition. Without another word, he took out 2 pills and stuffed them into Ling Zhao's mouth. Mu Huai anxiously asked from the side, "He'll be fine, right? After taking my heart-calming pill, he should be able to return to normal very quickly. It's just that he won't be able to break through in the short term. Furthermore, his meridians have been damaged, so his strength might have regressed." Nangong Changle said, "It's good that he's fine. If his strength regresses, he can cultivate it back. However, his mental state needs to be tempered. Otherwise, if it happens again, I'm afraid," Mu Huai said with a sigh of relief. "Young people are sometimes impulsive. It's not necessarily a bad thing to let him suffer a bit. Let's go, we'll leave. This kid won't wake up for a while," Nangong Changle said with a bitter smile. "Yes, you're right. He's still young anyway. As long as he can break through to Spirit Master before the age of 25, it won't be a problem." Mu Huai nodded. Then, the 2 of them left the room. After Ling Xiao, who was lying on the bed, took the pill, the condition of his body did indeed gradually improve. The Vajra 5 transformation technique began to display its miraculous effects again. The damaged meridians were gradually repaired, and the muscles in his body were also slowly recovering. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's consciousness entered his own spiritual sea. It was as if he had walked into another world. He looked at the little green tree and the innate sinister wind bead in his sea of consciousness and couldn't help but feel shocked. So this was what existed in his sea of consciousness. What's going on? Ling Xiao thought in confusion. He didn't understand why he had mysteriously entered this place. At this moment, a green figure walked out of the little green tree. Who else could it be but Lu Wang? "Little friend, I trust you've been well since we last met." Lu Wang stroked his beard as he proudly greeted. "Elder Lu, how did I end up in your sea of consciousness?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Wang in confusion. Chapter 196. Haha, you should be the one asking yourself. Could it be that you didn't walk in by yourself? Lu Wang said with a smile. "I don't even know how I got in here, so I'm asking you. I thought you were the one who brought me in." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had entered an unsolvable state. "That's strange. I thought you had already cultivated your soul to the realm of out-of-body experience," Lu Wang said in astonishment. "Out-of-body experience? What kind of realm is that?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. For us tree spirits or spirit beasts, it should be at the 8th level or above, and we can condense our divine soul. As for you humans, I'm not sure," Lu Wang explained. 8th level? Ling Zhao's face darkened. 8th level spirit beasts were equivalent to human mystic thearchs. To Ling Xiao, they were undoubtedly godlike existences. Lu Wang had actually said that he had cultivated to the 8th level. This old fellow didn't even think before he spoke. Seeing Ling Zhao's speechless expression, Lu Wang slapped his own head and said, I almost forgot. You're still so young. How could you have reached the 8th level? Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a state." "That's right, Elder Lu. Is it because of you that I possess wood attribute energy?" Ling Xiao asked. This question had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. He had always felt that it was because of Lu Wang's or the 10,000-year tree's milk. Otherwise, how could he have a 100% wood attribute purity? "I think so. Since I'm occupying your sea of consciousness, I'm actually a part of your body. It should have affected your constitution," Lu Wang replied after thinking for a moment. So that's how it is. Then, do you know what it is? Ling Xiao suddenly understood and then pointed at the innate sinister wind bead. What? You don't even know what it is? Lu Wang was flabbergasted. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had found this bead in the abyss of the desolate mountain range, and he had almost lost his life there. Later, the bead had burrowed into his forehead for no reason and then disappeared. Only now did he know that it had always been in his head. Anyone would have an indescribable fear towards the unknown. I really don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have. It is an extremely rare item of nature in the world. It is something that can only be bred in extreme environments after tens of thousands of years. This bead belongs to the baleful dark wind and is called the innate dark wind bead. Lu Wang sighed and explained to Ling Xiao. It's the natural yin wind bead. Ling Xiao was greatly startled by Lu Wang's words. In the past, Ling Xiao had read some introductions to these treasures in some ancient books, but there was too little detailed information. He only knew that they existed. That's right. They've lived for over 10,000 years, so they're all sentient creatures. They all have the ability to choose their own masters. Once they approve of someone, any spirit beast or human will obtain a great benefit, said Lu Wang. No wonder my wind attribute is also 100% pure. It seems that this is the reason. Ling Xiao happily looked at the innate dark wind bead and muttered to himself. Such a rare spirit object had actually acknowledged his existence. His mood was extremely good. However, from what Lu Wang said, this innate dark wind bead should be very useful to him. However, he had only been able to use the innate dark wind baleful qi. He didn't know what other uses it had. Presumably, its use is to speed up my cultivation. If I only cultivate the divine wind method, I'm sure my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao guessed. Crap, wasn't I breaking through just now? How did I get here? How do I get out? Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to Spirit Master. Don't worry, this is your body. Since you can come in, it's easy for you to leave. However, I suggest that you stay here a bit longer. It'll be beneficial for you, Lu Wang said from the side. Why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. This is your spiritual sea. Don't you want it to expand a bit? Lu Wang asked back. That's possible? Ling Xiao asked blankly. Yes, but the prerequisite is that you have to communicate with it. Lu Wang pointed at the innate dark wind bead. It can help me expand my sea of knowledge? Of course it can. It's something created by heaven and earth, so the energy it contains is practically limitless. As long as it's willing to help you, it can expand your sea of knowledge even more. This will definitely be extremely beneficial to your cultivation of mental strength. Furthermore, as long as you can communicate with the spiritual qi of the world, you can absorb that spiritual qi to temper your sea of knowledge. This will have an immeasurable effect on your future cultivation, Lu Wang explained. Then how can I communicate with it? Ling Xiao asked. You could try to use your spirit to sense it. Since it has acknowledged you, I'm sure it will help you. Furthermore, this is also a good thing for it. Your sea of knowledge is larger, and the mental strength you can store in the future will be even greater. It can also absorb it to strengthen itself, Lu Wang replied. Ling Xiao thought about it for a moment, and his eyes lit up. All right, I'll try. Ling Xiao walked to the side of the innate dark wind bead and sat down. He began to communicate with it through his spirit. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had been in his sea of knowledge for an entire month. Outside, Mu Huai and Nangong Changle were about to go crazy. Old man Nangong, tell me what's going on. Didn't you say that your tranquil pill was effective? Why hasn't he woken up after a month? Mu Huai complained to Nangong Changle. It wasn't easy for him to take in a disciple with a bright future, and he really didn't want to see him die. Can you stop making a ruckus here? It's not like you don't know his situation. His body is clearly fine, but he still hasn't woken up. I don't know what to do either, Nangong Changle said in a similarly unhappy tone. For a moment, both of them sighed and didn't say anything else. After a moment of silence, Mu Huai said, Why don't I bring him to see Master? He's experienced and knowledgeable, so he should know what's going on. Nangong Changle nodded. That's the only way. Just as Mu Huai was about to carry Ling Xiao actually opened his eyes. "Masters, you're both here?" Ling Xiao crawled up and asked in surprise. "You brat, you're finally awake. Old man Nangong, hurry up and see if he's all right." Mu Huai cried out in surprise. Nangong Changle grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and inspected it before saying, "Strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Mu Huai asked nervously. "Oh, it's nothing. He's very well. His profound energy is still very stable, and there are no signs of it regressing. It's really rare," Nangong Changle hurriedly replied. "It's good that he's fine." Mu Huai heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You're still a little too impulsive, kid. Forget it. You should stay at Medicine Peak for a while. When you're in a better condition, you can go to Flag Peak to cultivate." After saying that, Mu Huai turned around and left. Ling Xiao felt Mu Huai's care for him, and his heart warmed. "Master, I made you worry," Ling Xiao said to Nangong Changle. "On the path of cultivation, what is important is tenacious patience, the confidence to move forward bravely, and a calm and steady mind. This time, you failed to break through, so you should reflect on it properly," Nangong Changle said indifferently before leaving Ling Xiao's room. Ling Xiao pondered over Nangong Changle's words and couldn't help but come to a realization. In the past, whenever he wanted to break through to the next level, he would always pay attention to purification and compression. He would only choose to break through when he was in his best condition. This time, he had been too hasty, and coupled with his chaotic state of mind, he had almost died from chi deviation. Fortunately, this time, it could be considered as a blessing in disguise. His spiritual sea had been expanded by more than 5 times by the innate Yin Wind bead. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's realm was limited, it would probably be even more than this. Because of this, his mental strength had more than doubled. As long as his mental strength could be consolidated and filled up his current sea of consciousness, he would be able to condense his mental strength into a few more powerful moves. At that time, it wouldn't just be simple needles, fists, palms, and other shaped attacks. For example, he could use his mental strength to form the first form of the cloud-expelling palm, the first form of the wind god's kick, the wind-grasping shadow, the heavenly frost fist frosty wind pouncing. Using mental strength to form a move would be 10 times more powerful than the previous simple-shaped attacks. For those below the mystic night realm, as long as Ling Xiao thought about it, his sea of consciousness would immediately explode and he would die. As for using it against the spirit master, it wouldn't end well for them either. Although Ling Xiao was unable to break through to the spirit master realm this time, he now had a mysterious power that could contend against the spirit master. In the next few days, Ling Xiao once again repaired some of the hidden injuries in his body. At the same time, he tried to use his mental strength to attack a few objects. The power was much stronger than the condensed needle stab from before, causing Ling Xiao to be pleasantly surprised. "Is boss in?" Hua Xiaogui's voice rang out from outside the room. "Greetings, Senior Hua. Senior Ling is in the room." An outer sect disciple outside the door replied. This outer sect disciple was Yu Lang, who was previously guarding the Spirit Her Garden. After more than a year of testing, Ling Xiao felt that Yu Lang was rather honest and reliable. He was also extremely persistent in refining medicine. Although Tianbin wasn't high, Ling Xiao was still lacking a follower, so he let Yu Lang follow him. Ling Xiao bounced off the bed and walked out of the room. Looking at Hua Xiaogui, who was beaming with happiness, he said, "Little turtle, why are you smiling so lasciviously? Is there something good?" "Hee boss. Master told us to go to the Jade Spring Pavilion to get the 1,000-year green pond grass to refine the ice-cold pill." Hua Xiaogui laughed strangely. "You brat, so you have an excuse to go see Little Snow. No wonder you're so happy." Ling Xiao joked. "Look at what you're saying. It's not like you don't know my feelings for Little Snow. It's already been a year, and I've only reached the 2nd level. I don't know if I can really reach the 3rd level in another 2 years." Hua Xiaogui said, "You have to believe in yourself. Let's go to the Jade Spring Pavilion. I heard that there are many beauties there. I really want to see them." Ling Xiao said a sentence of encouragement. Then he put his arm around Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and walked in the direction of the Jade Spring Pavilion. Chapter 197. The Jade Spring Pavilion was located in a mountain region facing south in the north. In the middle of the mountain, there was an icy spring. The spring here was cold all year round, so the temperature around the main peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion was much lower than that of other peak regions. The environment here was beautiful, and hundreds of flowers bloomed deliciously. The plum trees were dotted with plum stars, and they were like stars that emitted a boundless starlight that mesmerized one's mind. If there was a great master who knew formations here, they would definitely be able to tell that this was the plum blossom bewildering formation. If an ordinary person didn't have someone familiar with this formation to guide them, they would most likely be lost once they entered and be trapped to death without being able to find a way out. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were trapped inside. Before coming here, Hua Xiaogui hadn't even finished listening to Nan Gongchangle's instructions. She had impatiently gone to find Ling Xiao and come with him to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Unexpectedly, they had arrived at this plum blossom forest at the foot of the mountain and gotten lost. "Boss, you said this is a formation forest?" Hua Xiaogui asked Ling Xiao with her mouth wide open. Ling Xiao sat down and smiled. "That's right. Every plum blossom tree here looks like they're planted in a mess, but there's a certain pattern to it. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but after walking for an hour, we're still walking in circles. This is definitely a formation forest. What should we do? Should we call for help?" Hua Xiaogui asked with a downcast expression. "What the hell are you calling for? If they want to let us in, they would have already sent people to bring us out. They're clearly trying to trap us here," Ling Xiao said unhappily. "No way. We're not enemies. So why would they want to trap us here?" Hua Xiaogui asked in confusion. "How are you going to ask me? Sit down first. I'll think about how to break the formation," Ling Xiao said to Hua Xiaogui as he patted the ground. "Boss, you even know formations?" Hua Xiaogui asked with a face full of worship. "A little bit. I don't know if you still remember, so don't bother me for now," Ling Xiao said impatiently before sinking into deep thought. Hua Xiaogui obediently shut her mouth and sat down. She thought to herself, "As expected of my boss, he's really proficient in everything." However, in the plum blossom maze formation, two beautiful figures were hiding not far away, watching Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui. They were two young girls. Both of them looked elegant and refined, but in comparison, the girl with the plum blossom knot on her head was more beautiful and pure. This young girl was dressed in pink satin, which made her figure seem as graceful as a snake. She was exquisite, and she was like the queen of flowers in a field of flowers as she stood proudly. She pointed a finger at her jade-like lips, a cunning look in her eyes, like a mischievous little devil. She stared at Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui in front of her. No one knew what she was planning. "Junior sister, is it appropriate for us to do this? The pavilion master will blame you," a woman wearing green satin beside the pink girl said in a low voice. This woman was a few years older than the pink girl beside her. "What are you afraid of? They came in on their own, and it's not your fault. Even if the pavilion master blames you, I'll take care of it." "Really?" The pink girl pouted with slight dissatisfaction. "But they're senior brothers from Medicine Peak, and the pavilion master has already ordered us to bring them in," said the green-clothed woman. "All right, if they can't break the formation in another hour, then we'll bring them out. In any case, this little bit of time won't make a difference," said the pink girl unwillingly. Seeing the pink girl like this, the green-clothed woman didn't dare to say anything else. Who asked her to have such a special identity? After a while, Ling Xiao stood up, a charming smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "The plum blossom formation is arranged according to Qian 1, Dui 2, Li 3, Zhen 4, Sun 5, Qin 6, Jin 7, and Kuan 8. The Jade Spring Pavilion's water gate is the Can Gate, and the Can Gate is the Life Gate." As Ling Xiao spoke, he walked according to the pattern, changing directions every 6 steps. Hua Xiaogui naturally followed behind, but he didn't understand what Ling Xiao was talking about. He felt that as long as he followed his boss, he would definitely not go wrong. Junior sister, they're going to walk out, the green-clothed woman slightly exclaimed. I saw it. I really didn't expect that this guy would know a bit about formations. But we can't let them walk out so easily. Otherwise, where would this lady's face go? The pink girl angrily said. Junior sister, what are you doing? The green-clothed woman worriedly asked. Just watch, the pink girl lightly said. Following that, her delicate hand made a few profound hand seals, and a wave of profound energy rippled out like a dense fog. Only a moment later, the entire plum blossom forest became hazy, and it was impossible to see the true direction. It was as if they were in a maze. Let's see how you're going to tell the direction this time, the pink girl said to herself with a pale smile after swallowing 2 medicinal pills. It seemed that the move just now had consumed a lot of her profound energy. The green-clothed woman at the side looked even more worried. She was the disciple in charge of receiving the disciples, but now she had trapped the people she was supposed to receive in the plum blossom forest. If this was known by the pavilion master, she was afraid that she wouldn't have a good life. Don't be in a daze. Follow them and see if they can still walk out. The pink girl was like a naughty child, pulling the green-clothed woman and chasing after Ling Xiao. Boss, why is there fog for no reason? This is great, we really can't walk out. Hua Xiaoguwei looked at the place where he couldn't see his fingers in front of him and said in distress. Ling Xiao slightly frowned, and in his heart he was puzzled. Why is there suddenly fog? Someone is definitely playing tricks. He felt that the sudden appearance of the fog was a little inconceivable, but he couldn't understand why. In the Purple Sky sect, who would play such a boring trick? Could it be that it was a test to enter the Jade Spring Pavilion? All right, I'll take it as a test, Ling Xiao murmured, and then said to Hua Xiao, a little turtle, follow closely. After saying that, Ling Xiao walked faster, and the fog in front of him didn't affect his vision at all. In fact, he had already opened his spiritual force. The spiritual force was like an invisible guide, and within a radius of 500 meters, nothing could escape from Ling Xiao's senses. Sure enough, there's a ghost. Ling Xiao seemed to have sensed something, smiled slightly, and sped up a bit. Boss, wait for me. Hua Xiaoguwei followed behind Ling Xiao. Behind them, 2 beautiful figures followed like shadows. Damn, how can he still find the right direction? The pink girl stamped her feet and hurriedly chased after them. The green girl shook her head and still followed the pink girl. After a while, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaoguwei finally walked out of the plum blossom forest, and a staircase leading to the main peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion appeared in front of them. We're finally out. Boss, let's go up, Hua Xiaoguwei said with a sigh of relief. No need to rush. Let's rest for a bit and wait for the people behind us, Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. The people behind us? Hua Xiaoguwei asked doubtfully. Sure enough, after a while, 2 beautiful figures rushed out of the plum blossom forest. Ling Xiao calmly looked at the 2 of them. The slightly older girl in green was considered to be above average in terms of beauty. Her body was not bad. She was fat where she should be, thin where she should be. In the secular world, she could be considered to be a beautiful woman. The more attractive one was the girl in pink. She had a delicate face, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her skin was delicate and glossy. She had a slender waist, and her slightly angry expression revealed a bit of annoyance. She was very likable. 2 beauties, aren't you tired after following us for so long? Ling Xiao sneered with his arms crossed in front of his chest. These 2 were clearly disciples of the Jade Spring Pavilion, and they actually dared to make fun of them. Naturally, Ling Xiao was in a bad mood. I'm sorry, senior apprentice brother. The green-robed girl revealed an embarrassed expression. She was originally an outer disciple in charge of leading people up the mountain. She was indeed in the wrong, but could she be blamed? The green-robed girl hadn't finished speaking when the pink-robed girl took 2 steps forward. Her beautiful eyes glanced over Ling Xiao's face, and that angry expression suddenly turned into a sly smile. How did you break the plum blossom bewildering formation? This girl seemed to be exceptionally bold, and her proud and firm breasts were almost touching Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao smelled the faint fragrance of this girl, and he was incomparably intoxicated. When he took a closer look, although this girl's appearance was a bit lacking compared to Yun Mingqi and Ji Beixin, she was pure and pleasant, like a next-door girl. Ling Xiao took a step back and proudly said, "What's so difficult about it? If it was a simple formation, it would only be able to block a few brainless fellows. According to what you're saying, you're also an expert in formations?" The girl revealed an expression of worship and moved even closer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very pleased with this girl's expression, and in his heart, he thought, could it be that I'm going to have some luck with women? I can't be considered an expert, but I do know a thing or two about some small formations. Ling Xiao straightened his back. To be honest, he did know a little bit about some simple formations. This was something he had done on a whim in his previous life, and he had studied it for a period of time. Unfortunately, in the end, he gave up on it because he couldn't bring himself to do so. "Brag, keep on bragging," the girl said disdainfully in her heart, but she still smiled and said, "Then what's senior apprentice brother's name? In the future, I'll look for you to study it together, okay? I'm Ling Xiao from Medicine Peak, and he's my junior apprentice brother, Hua Xiaogui. Normally, my time is very limited, but if I want to study formations with a beauty like you, junior apprentice sister, then of course it's not a problem." Ling Xiao looked at the girl in pink and said, Wu Xixue had long been engaged to Hua Xiaogui, so Ling Xiao didn't have any ideas about her. But this girl in front of him was so innocent and cute that he couldn't bear to hurt her heart, so he reluctantly discussed it with her. "Then it's settled. When I have time, I'll go to Medicine Peak to find you," the girl said happily, and then pulled the green-clothed girl away. This young master's character is not to be trifled with. Even such cute girls are my fans. Life is such a carefree life. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he watched the two girls walk away. "Boss, you're really worthy of being the boss. Even a girl sent herself to your door," Hua Xiaogui said worshipfully. "Of course, otherwise how could I be your boss? But, boss, you don't seem to know what her name is. Could it be that she's just tricking you?" That can't be. She looks so innocent and cute. She doesn't seem like she's lying, right? My mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Chapter 198. So hateful. I actually let them escape. This isn't fun at all. The girl in pink returned to her residence and said unhappily. She had originally wanted to trap Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui for a bit longer, but she hadn't expected them to break the formation. Moreover, they weren't affected by her fog. Just now, she had deliberately tried to curry favor with Ling Xiao in order to divert Ling Xiao's attention so that he wouldn't pursue their mistakes. "My dear daughter, who made you angry?" A graceful voice came from outside the house, and then a beautiful woman walked in. She was the pavilion master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Wen Haiyan, and the girl in pink was her daughter, Wen Qidi. "Isn't it that hateful Ling Xiao?" Wen Qidi was in a fit of anger and had forgotten that the person who had come was her mother. "Hateful Ling Xiao? My dear daughter, did he bully you? Did he take advantage of you?" Wen Haiyan said in surprise. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Wen Qidi blushed slightly and speechlessly said, "Could it be that he bullied you, and you don't want to admit it?" When Haiyan arrived in front of her daughter and said with slight anger, "No, what are you thinking?" When Qidi angrily replied, "You really didn't? Really? That's good. I was wondering who would be so daring to bully my daughter." When Haiyan said with a sigh of relief, "Of course, it has always been me who bullies others. No one can bully me." When Qidi curled her sexy lips, "Is that so? Then tell your mother. How did you get to know Ling Xiao? That young fellow is not bad, but it's a pity that he has entered the Medicine Peak." When Haiyan sighed, Wen Qidi hesitated for a moment and then told her what had happened at the foot of the peak. However, she had twisted the matter a bit. She said that Ling Xiao didn't need their guidance and forcibly broke through the plum blossom forest. In the end, he even broke the plum blossom bewildering formation and ridiculed them. When Haiyan understood her daughter's character, she was just like a little witch. She would only believe half of what she said. Perhaps her daughter was angry because she did not lead the other party through the plum blossom forest, but the other party broke through the plum blossom forest. This little fellow really does have some ability. He was actually able to break the plum blossom confounding formation. When Haiyan's interest in Ling Xiao grew, Ling Xiao's ice attribute was over 90% when he had tested his attribute purity. TCH, he must have hit the jackpot. The more when Kitty thought about it, the more unwilling she became. When Haiyan kindly smiled at her daughter and said, "Let's go. Mother will seek justice for you. I think it's better to forget about it. I am a great person and do not hold grudges against others." One Kadai did not dare to go with her mother to find trouble with Ling Xiao. If her matter was exposed, she would definitely be scolded again. "Let's go. If they want to take the 1,000-year jade pool grass, they have to get my permission first." When Haiyan took her daughter's hand and brought her over, regardless of whether she was willing or not, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaowei walked all the way to the top of Jade Spring Peak and were amazed by the beautiful scenery here. It was because all the women here were beautiful and moving. They were beautiful and alluring, and they each had their own merits. Both of them were dumbstruck by the sight of this. These women were all Jade Spring Pavilion disciples, both inner and outer sect disciples. Hua Xiaogui was still calm, but Ling Xiao could not. Ever since he left Meteor City, he had not touched a woman for more than a year. Seeing so many beautiful women, the male in his heart was stimulated. He really wished that all the women in front of him were his maids. "Boss, you are drooling," Hua Xiaogui reminded him. "Hiss." Ling Xiao sucked in a mouthful of saliva and pretended to be serious. "I'm a little hungry. Quickly take the 1,000-year jade pool grass and leave." In fact, it was him who felt uncomfortable looking at these beautiful women. Ling Xiao was originally handsome and tall, soft but firm. Plus, he was wearing the robes of an inner sect disciple of Medicine Peak. Many beautiful women boldly threw flirtatious glances at him, causing his body to heat up. At this time, a female deacon stepped forward and said to Ling Xiao and Hua Xiao, "What business do the two of you have with my Jade Spring Pavilion?" "This deacon, we are here on the orders of my master to take the 1,000-year jade pool grass. Please inform the pavilion master," Ling Xiao said to the woman seriously, but his eyes were on the other party's proud breasts. The female deacon frowned and replied, "Wait a moment. I will go and inform the pavilion master." However, before the female deacon could go far, she saw Wen Haiyan walking over. "Greetings, pavilion master." For a moment, the surrounding female disciples all bowed to Wen Haiyan. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui also bowed to greet her. However, when they saw Wen Qidi holding Wen Haiyan's arm, they were a little confused. "Did your master ask you to come and take the 1,000-year jade pool grass?" Wen Haiyan asked lightly. "Yes, pavilion master. My master urgently needs to refine a batch of ice-cold pills and is lacking the 1,000-year jade pool grass." Ling Xiao replied, secretly glancing at Wen Qidi. "Ice-cold pills? It seems that we really shouldn't stay in that place for long." Wen Haiyan frowned slightly and said to herself. Then she said to the female deacon who hadn't left, "Mingwei, take him to get the 1,000-year jade pool grass." Ling Xiao thought that Wen Haiyan was talking about him, so he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, pavilion master Wen." Thus, he wanted to leave with Hua Xiaogui and the female deacon. "Ling Xiao, you stay. You can go with her." When Haiyan pointed at Hua Xiaogui and said, Ling Xiao didn't understand and stopped. Hua Xiaogui glanced at Ling Xiao and saw Ling Xiao nod to her, so she left with the female deacon. "Is there anything else Pavilion Master Wen needs?" Ling Xiao asked. In his heart, he was thinking, could it be that she wants to be a matchmaker for that girl? This is not easy. This young master is not a casual person. What's more, I already have Meng Qi. If she finds out, wouldn't it be miserable? I heard that you become a disciple of both Medicine Peak and Wood Flag Peak. Is this true? When Haiyan looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "Yes, I am indebted to the two masters for not abandoning me." Ling Xiao has already become a disciple of Master Nangong and Master Mu. One disciple, two masters. This is a precedent in our sect. You should be proud. When Haiyan lightly praised, then she said, "Then are you interested in becoming a disciple of my Jade Spring Pavilion? Ice attribute attacks are much stronger than wood attribute attacks." Well, Ling Xiao looked embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. He cultivated the three-part origin returning chi. He cultivated three attributes at the same time. He didn't need to cultivate fire, ice, and wind attribute Xian arts. Therefore, he never thought of becoming a disciple of Wen Haiyan. My mother is kind enough to take you in, but you are actually so reluctant. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. When Kitty said with dissatisfaction, "Kitty, don't be rude." When Haiyan lightly snorted, but her face didn't have the slightest hint of blame. It was the first time that she could put down her pride and say these words to Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's great potential, she would have disdained to do this. Pavilion Master One, many thanks for your love for Ling Xiao. If I were to become a disciple of the Jade Spring Pavilion, I'm afraid it would cause others to criticize me. Moreover, I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Ling Xiao could do two things at once, but to do three things at once is really. Ling Xiao tactfully refused. "And what you said is reasonable. I won't force you on this matter." When Haiyan agreed, then she glanced at Wen Qidi and said, "Just now I heard Qidi say that you broke the plum blossom bewildering formation. It was purely a fluke. It is good for young people to know how to be humble." When Haiyan praised, then she said, "This is my daughter, Wen Qidi. She's also your junior apprentice sister. She's a girl who is bored staying on the mountain all day. When you have time, you can take her to the city for a stroll." This time, Ling Xiao was a bit dumbfounded as he looked at Wen Haiyan. At the side, Wen Qidi was also stunned. Then she revealed a happy smile and said, "That's right. Apart from cultivating all day, I'm almost bored to death." Senior apprentice brother Ling Xiao, when you have time, you can take me out for a stroll. After saying that, Wen Qidi actually ran over and held Ling Xiao's hand, acting like a spoiled child. It was as if she was flirting with her lover. Ling Xiao was increasingly unable to understand what was going on with this mother and daughter pair. But since the elder had already spoken, if he still didn't agree, then he wouldn't know how to appreciate kindness. So he immediately agreed. "That's great. Then next time when I come play with you, you can't refuse." Wen Qidi clasped her hands together and smiled. "And absolutely not." Ling Xiao patted his chest. "All right, you young people should get to know each other better." When Haiyan said, and then pulled Wen Qidi away, Ling Xiao scratched his head and muttered, "What is this? Could it be that you want to seduce me with your beauty?" This young master's was very firm. After Hua Xiaogui obtained the 1,000-year jade pond grass, she wanted to meet with Wu Si Xue. Unfortunately, the deacon refused to reveal any information, so she could only helplessly return with Ling Xiao. After returning to Medicine Peak, Nangong Changle gathered all the intersect disciples at the foot of the peak to discuss matters within the inner hall. Ling Xiao discovered that a few of his martial uncle Zhu Ruchong's disciples were missing. Ming Kuo and Chang Ruchong were also not present, but Yang Un and his disciples were present. There was also a 35-year-old third-rank alchemist. This person was Nangong Changle's head disciple, Chao Nanxian. He was also Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui's senior apprentice brother, and the only true disciple of Medicine Peak. Chao Nanxian's appearance was unprepossessing, but he never smiled. He looked like a very serious person. However, when he found out that Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were his junior apprentice brothers, he still greeted them with a smile. At this time, Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the head, opened his mouth and said, "Today, I have gathered all of you here to announce something." He paused for a moment before saying, "I have 300 sets of spirit herbs to refine the ice-cold pill. All disciples, come forward and collect 50 sets of spirit herbs. In 3 days, you must refine these 50 sets of spirit herbs into ice-cold pills." When these words came out, all the disciples were in an uproar. To refine 50 sets of stage 2 ice-cold pills in 3 days, this seemed a little too difficult. This is a mission from the sect, and the situation is urgent. No matter what method you use, You must complete the mission as soon as possible. This can also be considered a test for you. Whoever can complete the mission within 3 days and have a success rate of 70% will be rewarded with 10 low-grade mysterious crystals. Those who reach 80% will be rewarded with 20 low-grade mysterious crystals. Those who don't waste any spirit herbs will be rewarded with 1 mid-grade mysterious crystal. When Nangong Changle finished speaking, the disciples in the hall all revealed expressions of excitement. Chapter 199. A piece of middle-grade profound crystal was equivalent to 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystal. The temptation of this reward could be said to be extremely great. Other than Violet Sky Peak, Medicine Peak was the most abundant of the other 7 peaks. This was not a lie at all. As alchemists, although they were part of the sect, they still had to receive remuneration for refining medicinal pills. It was impossible for them to sit around and eat for free. Although the remuneration they received from their fellow sect members was not much, it accumulated to a very large amount of wealth. Moreover, they would provide a batch of medicinal pills every once in a while and auction them off at the Violet Sky City's auction. That income was quite large. Other than a portion of the tribute to the sect, there was also a portion that was left for Medicine Peak to use. All right, you can all disperse. Junior Brother and Nan Xian stay behind. After Nangong Changle had people distribute the spirit herbs, he let the others disperse first. Only Nangong Changle, Yang Un, and Chao and Nan were left in the main hall. Senior Brother, is something big going to happen over there? Yang asked first. They shouldn't be able to hold on for long. There are more and more people being poisoned over there. Fortunately, they are only mild. As long as there are enough ice-cold pills, they can be suppressed. Now that the junior brothers are short on manpower, we have to rush out this batch of ice-cold pills overnight, Nangong Changle replied with a serious expression. Since that's the case, why don't you let everyone evacuate? Do you want everyone to be poisoned before they are satisfied? Yang asked in confusion. There are still a lot of resources that have not been extracted. The sect naturally cannot give up so easily. However, it is already nearing the end. As long as we speed up, everyone will be able to evacuate in less than 2 months. I asked you two to stay behind so that the 2 of you can head there first to support the junior brothers, Nangong Changle said. There's still 2 months. We should be able to hold on. It's just that in terms of spirit herbs, we don't know if we can keep up, Yana muttered. It should be enough. You can leave now. I will have someone escort the ice-cold pills over in 3 days, Nangong Changle said. At this time, Chao Nan, who had been silent all this time, said, Master, there are so many yang poisons there. Could there be the legendary? Before Chao Nan could finish speaking, Nangong Changle interrupted him. That's impossible. If that thing really existed, then it would have already turned into hell. How could it allow us to mine it? You can't speak carelessly about this outside, or else it might cause trouble. Seeing Nangong Changle's serious expression, Chao Nan nodded slightly and did not dare to say anything else. After Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui received their tasks, they went into their respective alchemy rooms and began to refine pills. After receiving the ice-cold pill, Hua of Sect, of Spirit, Sect, Spirit, Hua Sect, Pill, Sect, and Sect Hua Sect, Ling Sect Hua to of Sect. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what the sect needed so many cold ice pills for, since it was a mission, he would do his best to complete it. Moreover, refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was an extremely easy matter for him. Nangong Changle set a deadline of 3 days to refine 50 batches of ice-cold pills. Ling Xiao worked day and night and finished in less than 2 days. Moreover, his success rate was as high as 100%. After more than a year of bitter training, his flame shadow hand could already produce 36 palm shadows. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless, and his efficiency was unmatched. Of course, Ling Xiao was still dissatisfied with his current state. He still needed to reach a higher goal. Although he was already a third-grade alchemist, he didn't refine many third-grade pills. One reason was that he didn't dare to refine in the mountain, and the other reason was that he didn't have many spirit herbs to refine third-grade pills. He knew that only after he broke through to the Spirit Master level would he announce his status as a third-tier alchemist. This might be more acceptable. Otherwise, people would look at him like a monster. 3 days later, everyone once again gathered in the main hall. "Take out your pills," Nangong Changle, who was sitting on the highest seat, said. At this time, the 5 disciples all took out their pills and placed them on the table. Every one of them had a confident smile on their faces. Only Ling Xiao did not seem to care. "Boss, how many pills did you refine this time?" Hua Xiaogui smiled from the side. Looking at his happy expression, the success rate should not be low. "You'll find out soon enough," Ling Xiao replied calmly. At this time, an attendant had already come down to count the number of pills. Qi Chaoquan refined a total of 305 pills, lost 195 pills. "Success rate is 60%, the attendant said as he counted the pills in front of a slightly chubby young man. Qian Fan refined a total of 360 pills, lost 140 pills. Success rate is 70%. Chun Zhongxian refined a total of 420 pills, lost 80 pills. Success rate is 82%. These 3 were all disciples under Yang'an. Next, it was Hua Xiaogui's turn to count the pills. Hua Xiaogui refined a total of 380 pills, lost 120 pills. Success rate is 76%. After announcing Hua Xiaogui's success rate, Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the top, had a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Hua Xiaogui's performance. Indeed, Hua Xiaogui had only been in the sect for a year, but he had already advanced from a first-grade alchemist to a second-grade alchemist. Furthermore, his success rate was above 70%. This Tianbin was definitely not ordinary. It had to be known that Yang'an's 3 disciples were all around 30 years old and had been in the sect for quite some time. On the other hand, Hua Xiaogui was only 18 years old. Comparing the 2 of them, it was obvious who was more outstanding. "Boss, it's your turn. Seeing that your bottle is filled to the brim, it should be above 80%, Hua Xiaogui said very quickly. Ling Xiao smiled, but did not comment. The attendant began to count Ling Xiao's pills. Unexpectedly, after counting once, he counted again with a strange expression on his face. Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the top, said unhappily, "Are you done counting?" I'm done." The attendant's hands trembled as he put down all the pills and answered, "Then why aren't you announcing the results?" Ling Xiao refined a total of 500 pills without any loss. Success rate is 100%. As soon as he said this, the hall went silent for a moment. Then, everyone looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Yang An's disciples were cursing in their hearts. This guy must have cheated. Only Hua Xiaogui had a look of worship on her face as she exclaimed, "Boss, you're too abnormal." "It's just a small matter," Ling Xiao replied in a low voice. For the sake of a middle-grade, mysterious crystal, Ling Xiao would not hold back. Although there were many mysterious crystals in his spatial ring, these things were not so troublesome after reaching the Spirit Master level. Nangong Changle revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Good, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. Shun Zhongxian is also very outstanding. You guys need to continue working hard and quickly break through to the 3rd grade, understand? Everyone else needs to work harder as well." Everyone agreed, and the attendant began to distribute the mysterious crystals to everyone. Only Qi Chaoquan, who had not passed the 7th level, did not receive a single piece. His expression was extremely ugly and ashamed. Ling Xiao, stay behind. Everyone else, disperse, Nangong Changle announced. Soon, only Nangong Changle and Ling Xiao were left in the hall. Nangong Changle squinted at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. You didn't even waste a single pill. Even a 3rd-grade alchemist wouldn't have such a high success rate." Ling Xiao was slightly startled and was puzzled. Could it be that Master saw through it? "It's all thanks to Master's teachings," Ling Xiao replied. To be honest, between Nangong Changle and Mu Huai's 2 masters, Mu Huai was more attentive to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Nangong Changle treated Hua Xiaogui better. One could tell just by looking at how much Nan Gongchengal paid attention to Hua Xiaoge. However, Ling Xiao would not take this to heart. After all, Nan Gongchengal had imparted quite a bit of alchemy to him. This is the result of your own hard work. Presumably, when you break through to the Spirit Master level, it will be the time for you to reach the 3rd grade. Nan Gongchengal sighed. When he was the same age as Ling Xiao, he was just an alchemist who had just started his career. Compared to Ling Xiao, his Tianbin was far inferior. However, he did not know how far Ling Xiao could go. Some geniuses were amazing in the early stages, but they would be greatly disappointed in the later stages. Take Lu Dong as an example. He was a very good example. There were also many people who were unknown and only rose up like comets in the later stages. This was called great talents maturing slowly. Although the former might not necessarily fall silent, there was always an exception to everything. Nan Gongchengal naturally did not want Ling Xiao to be just a flower that appeared once in a while. Since he had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple, he naturally wanted to see Ling Xiao surpass his existence. However, he paid more attention to Hua Xiaogui's growth out of selfishness. Disciple will naturally reach the 3rd grade as soon as possible and will not disappoint master, Ling Xiao replied. However, in his heart, he was thinking the next step is to break through to the 4th grade. It's good that you can think this way. I've asked you to stay because I have something for you to do. Are you willing to do it? Nan Gongchengal asked. Master, please instruct me, Ling Xiao replied, but he was still puzzled. Nan Gongchengal nodded and then threw something towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao caught it and was surprised to find that it was a ring. This spatial ring is something that will only be given to you after you become a true disciple. But now that the situation is urgent, I'll give it to you in advance. You just need to drop a drop of your blood essence on it, and it will automatically recognize you as its master, Nan Gongchengal explained. Space ring. Ling Xiao gawked for a moment before asking in surprise. He hadn't expected that Nan Gongchengal would actually give him such a precious spatial ring. Nan Gongchengal looked at Ling Xiao's surprised expression and smiled slightly. That's right. This time's mission is for you to deliver the glacial pills to Flame Valley and hand them over to your martial uncles. You will also be accompanied by your senior brothers and senior sisters from the other peaks. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, why does Master want me to go? If something happens, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Why would Nan Gongchengal give him a precious spatial ring for no reason, just to have him deliver a pill? This was your Master Mu's request to the sect master. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't have fallen into your hands, Nan Gongchengal said with a smile. Master Mu. Ling Xiao's heart was inexplicably moved. In the eyes of others, this stingy old man was incomparably generous and lovable in his heart. Chapter 200. Nan Gongchengal had Ling Xiao store all the ice-cold pills and the hundreds of spirit herbs needed to refine them into a space ring. Although there will be senior brothers and sisters responsible for your safety along the way, we cannot afford to fail this mission. Consider this armor a small gift from your master. Nan Gongchengal's hand flashed, and a piece of armor that emitted a warm yellow light appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this armor was a 3rd-rank Xian weapon. Wow, looks like this mission isn't going to be easy, Ling Xiao thought to himself as he took Wei Jia. Nan Gongchengal walked in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted his shoulder. Escorting the pills is one thing. You also need to stay in Flame Valley to help your martial uncle refine even more ice-cold pills. This trip will take at most 2 months. Your Master Mu hopes that you will be able to reap some benefits from this trip. When you return, you'll be able to suppress your inner demons and break through to Spirit Master level. I will not disappoint the 2 masters, Ling Xiao replied solemnly. This mission was actually very simple and easy. He only needed to escort the pills, and there would be people to take care of him. There should not be any accidents. When he arrived at the destination, he just had to stay and help refine more ice-cold pills. This task could have been done by anyone, but Mu Huai asked for this task for Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted Ling Xiao to go out and relax. After all, Ling Xiao had just failed to break through to Spirit Master. A normal person would have their meridians damaged and their Xian energy regressed. However, Ling Xiao had only been unconscious for a month. When he woke up, there was nothing wrong with his realm. As long as he could overcome his inner demons, Ling Xiao believed that it would be possible for him to make another breakthrough. However, Mu Huai did not know that although Ling Xiao had failed to break through to Spirit Master, it did not cause him to form an inner demon. Instead, he communicated with the innate sinister wind pearl in his consciousness and expanded his consciousness by several times. It could be said that he had gained a lot. He was extremely happy. So how could he form an inner demon? However, Ling Xiao would not reject this trip. He really needed to adjust his state of mind and feel the existence of the spiritual qi so that he could break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. He couldn't just stay in the sect, which would instead hinder his state of mind. If people knew that Ling Xiao had obtained a space ring after going out to handle some matters, it was likely that everyone would become envious because only true disciples of the sect were eligible to obtain space rings. After resting for a day, Ling Xiao was led to the sect square by a deacon in the Medicine Peak. At this time, there were already several young people gathered in the square. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that there were many familiar faces here, especially that light blue figure, which he simply couldn't get rid of. She's going too? That's great. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Ling Xiao, you've finally arrived. We've all been waiting for you. The inner sect administrator, Xing Zhantian, immediately called out when he saw Ling Xiao. Greetings, Xing Zhantian. Ling Xiao returned to his senses and bowed slightly to Xing Zhantian. Ah, good kid. You're still so polite after becoming a Medicine Peak disciple. How rare, how rare. Xing Zhantian patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. The first day he saw Ling Xiao, he felt that this kid was not ordinary. Furthermore, not only did Ling Xiao obtain first place in the trial, he was also the disciple of the various peak lords. This made him think even more highly of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he felt that there was a need to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Who knows, this kid might become a rising star in the sect in the future. Xing Zhantian, it's time to go. An urging voice called out from not far away. Okay, everyone get ready to go. Xing Zhantian seemed to be extremely afraid of that person and immediately called out to everyone. Ling Xiao jumped onto the high-ranked 2 Gale Eagle that the Medicine Peak Deacon had prepared for him. However, just as he was about to fly, a warm and soft body made its way over. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that it was Yu Laiyan, who had come to the Purple Sky sect with him before. Today, this girl was still dressed in beautiful red satin. Her hair was simply tied up, making her look extremely fresh and capable. Her pair of soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes were extremely alluring, and her proud figure emitted a faint fragrance that seeped into one's heart, causing one's blood to boil. Senior Apprentice Sister Yin, what are you doing? Ling Xiao made a little boy's scared gesture. In truth, he didn't dare to flirt around right now. That figure not far away was watching him. If she thought that he had an affair with Yu Laiyan, then it would be very troublesome. Hee, this Gale Eagle of yours is not bad. I want to ride it with you. Yu Yanlai looked at Ling Xiao flirtatiously and sweetly smiled. The two of them were so close that those who didn't know would think that they were a couple. No, I have a mission. Senior Apprentice Sister Yin, don't play with me, said Ling Xiao bitterly. Yu Laiyan saw that Ling Xiao was in such a difficult position and knew that the sect had an urgent mission. She immediately pretended to be angry and returned to her azure wind crane. Looking at Ling Xiao, she thought to herself, sooner or later I'll make you submit under my skirt. No, I definitely have to keep my distance from this girl. Otherwise, if Meng Qi misunderstands, it'll be terrible. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Stepping onto the Gale Eagle's thick back, he rose into the air. In just a moment, all the Azure Wind Cranes and Gale Eagles in the plaza took off. There were a total of 15 people on this trip. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a few intersect disciples and a few intersect attendants. There There were a few people Ling Xiao recognized. The Veiled One was naturally his most beloved woman, Yun Mingqi. There was also the snow-white Bing Ruoshui and the flirtatious Yu Laiyan. Other than the three great beauties, there was also Huang Yifeng and Shi Tianhou. As for the other disciples, Ling Xiao didn't recognize them. Of the inner sect attendants, Ling Xiao recognized Xing Zhantian and Mo Ku. As for the other three, he didn't recognize them. Through Ling Xiao's observation, he realized that other than him, everyone else was a spirit master. This made Ling Xiao speechless. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan had joined the sect at the same time as him. He didn't think that after a year, they would advance so quickly. Huang Yifeng and Shi Tianhou had also become low spirit masters. There were a few other inner sect disciples who were spirit masters. There was even one who was a middle spirit master. Ling Xiao guessed that these were the peak disciples of the various peaks. He believed that they would soon become core disciples. The other inner sect attendants were all middle spirit masters. Yun Mingqi had already stepped into the king level. She was the strongest person out of all of them. This kind of strength would be a terrifying force in any city. Around Ling Xiao were Yun Mingqi, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Laiyan. The three girls seemed to be protecting him, but also like they were guarding him. This caused the surrounding male disciples to reveal looks of displeasure, especially that Huang Yifeng who had long hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Yun Mingqi sat on the back of the green wind crane. She was the leader and the most dazzling person. No matter where she went, she would be a beautiful scenery. Ling Xiao looked at her back and couldn't help but feel inferior. Once, he had made up his mind to surpass her and catch up to her. But now, he found that he was getting further and further away from her. No, I can definitely catch up to her. Once this mission is over, I will cultivate with all my strength. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with determination. He made up his mind again. Before, he spent half of his time on alchemy. Now, he decided to put it aside and increase his strength. Moreover, increasing his strength would help increase his alchemy realm. Junior brother Ling Xiao, have you taken a fancy to senior sister Yin? Yu Laiyan sat on the other green wind crane and sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Yu Laiyan and Ling Xiao were both from the new batch of disciples, so they had to respectfully address the disciples from the previous batch as senior sister. Not to mention Yun Mingqi's strength was so high that it was already a privilege for them to address her as senior sister. According to the rules of the Purple Sky sect, anyone who broke through to the king level would be called elder. But Yun Mingqi was the daughter of the sect master, so there was no need to call her that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Yes, senior sister Yin. Do you have any good ideas for me to catch up to senior sister Yin? Haha, junior brother Ling Xiao, you really dare to dream. Don't you know that the seniors behind you are all thinking about senior sister Yin? Yu Laiyan smiled beautifully. Indeed, any man who saw Yun Mingqi would have such thoughts in their hearts. What's wrong with that? Everyone loves beauty. Perhaps senior sister Yun will find me to be a handsome young man, and it's not impossible that she will condescend to marry me, Ling Xiao said. In his heart, Yun Mingqi was already his official wife, and no one would be able to snatch her away from him. Yu Laiyan laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back as soon as Ling Xiao said this. Only when the people nearby noticed them did she manage to cover up her gaffe. Junior brother, you're really funny. In fact, besides senior sister Yin, haven't you noticed that there are others who are also very beautiful? Yu Yin's voice was like the song of a skylark, and it went straight into Ling Xiao's heart. He stared at Yu Yin's charming face, and his expression became one of infatuation. At that moment, an icy intent came from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and thought to himself, she's using a seduction technique. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Bing Ruoshui sitting cross-legged on the green wind crane, motionless like a statue. Wasn't that her just now? Ling Xiao was puzzled. What do you think? Junior brother, don't you think that I'm also very beautiful? Yu Yin's phoenix eyes stared straight at Ling Xiao as she spoke in a flirtatious voice. Ling Xiao's bones loosened when he heard this. Ling Xiao immediately circulated his origin energy to keep himself awake. He smiled and said, Of course you're beautiful, but you should put away your seduction technique. Otherwise, I'll fall from the sky. That wouldn't be good. You really don't know how to flirt. I won't tease you anymore. Yu Lian saw that Ling Xiao was no longer affected by her seduction technique, so she stretched her slender waist and smiled. Ling Xiao just happened to catch a glimpse of this scene. Yu Lian's proud breasts seemed to be bursting out of the red satin, causing his mouth to go dry. This time, Yu Lian didn't use her seduction technique. Yu Lian looked at Ling Xiao, who had turned his head away, and laughed inwardly. Aren't you just as lustful as all men? Chapter 201. 5 days later, Ling Xiao's group appeared in the sky above a large scarlet-red valley. This large valley was connected to a desolate small city to the north and a corner of the desolate mountain range to the south. According to the terrain, this was considered a small part of the desolate mountain range. Of course, this did not mean that this place was very close to Meteorite City. On the contrary, this place was very far from Meteorite City. After all, the desolate mountain range spanned tens of thousands of miles and spanned across dozens of cities. It was an extremely mysterious mountain range in the Xianling continent. Below Ling Xiao and the others was the destination of their trip, Fire Valley. Flame Valley occupied a very large area. There were a few volcanoes that had long since quieted down. The surroundings of the valley were filled with fire attribute spirit grass, spirit trees, and fire attribute spirit beasts. The spirit beasts here were filled with a violent and ferocious aura. They were much more ferocious than other spirit beasts of the same level. It seemed that they were all affected by the environment here. When Ling Xiao's group arrived here, they all felt inexplicably irritated. Let's go to the city first. Leading the group, Yin Mengqi shouted and urged the green wind crane to fly towards the desolate small city. Everyone immediately followed behind him. In the small city, there were people from the Purple Sky sect. There were a few elders overseeing it, and there were close to 100 outer sect attendants, as well as a few direct and inner disciples of the Scarlet Flame Peak. Before coming, Nangong Changle had already roughly explained the situation here to him. 2 years ago, an attendant of the Purple Sky sect found a small crystal mine in the Flame Valley. What did a crystal mine represent? This meant that there were more non-attributed mysterious crystals for spirit masters and above to absorb and advance. It represented the strength and wealth of the sect. In the vast northwest, among the 36 major sects, the Purple Sky sect was ranked 8th, and there were still 7 major sects in front of it. If the Purple Sky sect completely withdrew this small crystal mine, then in the next 10 years, it could definitely rise to a higher level. One had to know that this crystal mine was not something that could be found everywhere. This kind of resource was usually controlled by the large sections. Since the founding of the Purple Sky sect, they had only found 2 or 3 crystal mines to develop to their current scale. Originally, after discovering this crystal mine, with the strength of the Purple Heaven sect, they could use more manpower to mine it. But in this extremely harsh environment, it was simply not allowed to do so. Let alone the fact that there were almost no traces of water within a circumference of a few thousand miles. It was extremely hot all year round. Even a spirit master wouldn't be able to endure this kind of torture. The most important thing was that these crystal mines had to be mined very carefully. They couldn't be careless or lax in the slightest. Otherwise, they could easily be destroyed. In addition, although this crystal mine was under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect, it was very close to the moon-worshipping sect. If news of this were to leak out and the moon-worshipping sect found out, something would definitely happen. But now that they had mobilized such a lineup, it was clear that something major had happened. All the disciples who had gone to mine the crystal mine had been poisoned by the yang poison, and even some of the deacons and true disciples were no exception. These yang toxins caused them to become irritable, causing their personalities to change greatly. It was easy for them to lose their rationality, and after a while, it could even cause them to die from schizophrenia. Now that more than half of the crystal mine had been mined, and there was still a small half that had not been mined out, the Purple Heaven sect naturally would not give up easily. Thus, they sent Ru Chong from the Medicine Peak to rush over with his disciples to guard and refine the ice-cold pills to prevent others from being poisoned by the yang poison. It was just that there were many people here, and the effects of the ice-cold pills wouldn't last for long, so they asked the sect for help. Only then did Nangong Chonglu order all the disciples at the foot of the mountain to refine more than 1,000 ice-cold pills in one go and escort them over as reinforcements. Other than delivering the pills, Ling Xiao also had to stay behind to help his martial uncle, Ru Chong, guard this place for 2 months. He could only leave after all the crystal mine had been mined out. After Ling Xiao and the others landed steadily on the ground, a few elders of the sect immediately walked over. These 5 people, other than Ru Chong, looked like ordinary old men, but in reality, their strength had already surpassed most people. Their old eyes shone brightly, and their temples bulged. These people were definitely king stage experts. Ling Xiao felt that these old men were definitely much stronger than his grandfather, Ling He. Ling Xiao and the others immediately cupped their bodies and bowed to the old men. Is this the power of a sect? It's too terrifying, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he had been in the sect for a year, he didn't know just how many king stage experts the Purple Sky sect had. He only knew that in addition to the Lord of the Nine Peaks, there were many hidden elders. Now these old men in front of him, Ling Xiao could not see through their cultivation. Needless to say, they must be elders of the Purple Heaven sect. "Miss, did you bring the ice-cold pills?" One of them, Ru Chong, stood up and asked Yunmingqi. Although Ru Chong was only a high spirit master, he was a third-rank alchemist. His status was comparable to a king stage expert, so he was also an elder. Yunmingqi raised her hand and pointed at Ling Xiao. "It's on him." Ru Chong looked at Ling Xiao and raised his eyebrows, looking a bit displeased. Ling Xiao stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Greetings, martial uncle. Master asked me to bring the ice-cold pills and spirit herbs." "Then hurry up and take them out," Ru Chong said indifferently. To be honest, he didn't like this martial nephew of his. He'd actually become a disciple of both Medicine Peak and Wooden Flag Peak. One disciple, 2 masters. In his eyes, this kind of behavior was extremely disgraceful. If it wasn't for the appearance of Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, he would definitely be the first to object. "Martial uncle, are we really going to take them out here?" Ling Xiao asked after a moment of hesitation. "If I tell you to take them out, then take them out. Why are you being so long-winded?" Ru Chong didn't know if it was because of the hot weather, but he couldn't suppress his temper and roared. Huang Yifeng, who was behind Ling Xiao, had a gloating smile on his face. Lu Dong, who was behind Ru Chong, was the same. The 2 of them were extremely displeased with Ling Xiao. Then, "Martial uncle, catch it." Ling Xiao frowned slightly but immediately relaxed his brow as the space ring in his hand flashed. Crash! A large pile of medicine bottles and spirit grasses instantly appeared in front of everyone. Zhu Ru Chong and the others were shocked. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually bring so many things with him, and he even had a spatial ring. "The things that Master wanted me to bring are all here. Martial uncle, please inspect them," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Is there anyone like you who doesn't respect their elders?" Ru Chong looked at the small mountain of medicine bottles and spirit grasses and glared at Ling Xiao as he shouted. Ling Xiao's actions were completely a slap to his face. "Martial uncle, how am I disrespecting my elders?" Ling Xiao asked back, then continued, "Just now all the elders and deacons heard that you told me to take them out. Now that I've taken them out, you say that I'm disrespecting my elders. Martial uncle Zhu, what do you want me to do to make you satisfied?" Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery. If others didn't give him a good expression, then he naturally wouldn't give them a good expression either. "You?" Elder Ru Chang's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. "All right, Brother Zhu, let's put away the ice-cold pills first. Why are you competing with the children?" An elder said. Ru Chong coldly snorted and waved his hand. All the medicine bottles and spirit grasses on the ground were stored into his spatial ring. Then he glared at Ling Xiao before turning around and leaving. "You all find a place to rest." "Miss, come with us," The elder who spoke just now said again. Yin Mingqi nodded at the elder and then left with the other elders. At this time, the disciples who came with Ling Xiao also dispersed. Only Shi Tianhou walked in front of Ling Xiao and said, I didn't think that we would become fellow disciples. The current Shi Tianhou had lost his previous simplicity and became much more reserved and calm. It seemed that the incident in the desolate mountain range had greatly affected him. Ling Xiao had a very deep impression of Shi Tianhou. Back then, this fellow had even used his 2 axes to attack him. However, Ling Xiao didn't hold a grudge. Instead, he admired Shi Tianhou. To be able to escape without abandoning his companions, compared to Huang Yifeng, this was a true man. I also didn't think that I would be able to take revenge. Ling Xiao looked at Shi Tianhou playfully. Revenge? I didn't offend you back then. Shi Tianhou didn't understand. Back in the desolate mountain range, it had always been his senior brother Huang Yifeng causing trouble for Ling Xiao, but he hadn't done anything to Ling Xiao. You still dare to say you didn't? When I was caught by the lightning eagle, your axes struck me. Did you forget? Ling Xiao angrily glared at Shi Tianhou. Shi Tianhou thought about it for a moment and smiled. He really hadn't expected Ling Xiao to remember it so clearly. Embarrassed, he said, that time was indeed my mistake. How about I just stand here and let you attack me? Looking at the serious Shi Tianhou, Ling Xiao laughed and said, there's no need for senior brother to be so serious. Junior brother was just joking with you. If senior brother doesn't mind, how about we drink to our heart's content together? Shi Tianhou was stunned for a moment before he finally revealed a simple and honest smile and said, all right, let's drink to our heart's content. Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou found a place to sit down. Ling Xiao took out 2 jugs of wine from his spatial ring and tossed one over to Shi Tianhou. Come, senior brother, let's drink. All right, let's drink. Shi Tianhou accepted the jug and straightforwardly agreed. The two then began to drink together. As the strong liquor entered their stomachs, they felt a refreshing feeling, temporarily forgetting about the scorching heat in this place. Senior brother, how long have you been in the sect? Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou began to chat. He felt that Shi Tianhou was a very worthy friend. Although he was simple and honest, this was where his strong point lay. He wasn't like some people who had deep schemes in their hearts. That kind of friend was the truly frightening thing. The most important thing in making friends was to open one's heart. Only this kind of friend would help you in your most difficult times and definitely wouldn't trip you up behind your back. Without a doubt, Shi Tianhou was that kind of friend that was most worth making. I've been in the sect for almost 4 or 5 years, Shi Tianhou recalled. Senior brother, Tin Bin is extraordinary. You've already broken through to Spirit Master at such a young age. I believe that you'll soon become a true disciple. It's still early. Haven't there already been 2 people in your generation who have broken through to Spirit Master? They're the ones with extraordinary Tenbin. Junior brother, you're not bad either. You're already at the peak of high-level mystic disciple, and breaking through to Spirit Master is just around the corner. You're also an alchemist. You really make me jealous. Senior brother, please don't laugh at me. I'm just a bit of an amateur. While the two were chatting, a few figures hurriedly ran over, looking very anxious. Chapter 202. Where's the elder? Hurry and get the elder to come and save him, cried a beautiful woman as she supported a young man whose face was completely red. Her companions were also crying out in alarm. It seemed that something had happened to the young man. At this time, an old man walked out of the camp and said, "What's going on?" "Elder Li, hurry and look at Senior. He might not be able to hold on for much longer." The woman's expression was extremely anxious as she called out to the old man. "Put him down and let me see." The old man furrowed his eyebrows and shouted. Then, everyone put the red-faced young man down. The old man checked the young man's meridians and took out 2 ice-cold pills. He placed them in the young man's mouth and sent a wave of spirit force into his body. "Hurry and call Elder Zhu out." The old man's expression changed, and he immediately shouted to the people beside him. Then someone went to call Ru Chang out. Ru Chang's anger still hadn't subsided. His face was ashen, and no one dared to get close. Ru Chang felt the young man's pulse, then tore open the clothes in front of the young man's chest. The young man's entire body had turned dark red, and the veins on his body had turned black. He looked extremely frightening. "Ru Chang, can you save him?" asked Elderly. "It's difficult. The fire poison is about to attack his heart. The ice-cold pills can only make him last for one more day. After one day, he'll die without a doubt." Ru Chang shook his head. "What? No, don't. Elder Zhu, I beg you. You can definitely save Senior. You have to save him." Hearing that, the woman's face became incomparably pale, and she continuously begged Ru Chang for help. The man in front of them was the head disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak, Ji Yanzhao. He was one of the top direct disciples. He was only 28 years old, but was already a middle spirit master. The woman holding him in pain was also a direct disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak. Her name was Mo Alian, a 26-year-old low-level spirit master. Scarlet Flame Peak mainly cultivated fire attribute spirit energy. The two of them had been sent to Flame Volcano to carry out a mission. Actually, this was all because the Scarlet Flame Peak's peak Lord Zhao Mingyuan wanted his disciples to cultivate in a place with dense fire attribute spirit energy. This was extremely beneficial to those who cultivated fire attribute. Who would have thought that although the fire attribute spirit energy here was dense, it also contained fire poison, also known as yang poison. Originally, their situation wasn't this bad. The sect had already gotten Ru Chang and the others to refine ice-cold pills for them to suppress the fire poison. However, Mo Alian was naturally restless. Furthermore, she was already a spirit master, so it would be inappropriate for her to not have a decent spirit beast by her side. Thus, she suggested to her senior brother Ji Yanzhao that the two of them should subdue a spirit beast here to protect themselves. Originally, Ji Yanzhao did not agree to it. After all, the spiritual beasts here were filled with berserk auras and were difficult to tame. However, Mo Alian was throwing a tantrum, and Ji Yanzhao was deeply in love with this junior martial sister, so he could only follow her to the Flame Valley to catch spirit beasts. Not only did he not manage to catch the spirit beast, but Ji Yanzhao was bitten by the spirit beast. He was immediately invaded by the fire poison, and his life was not spared. There are only two ways to save him. The first way is to find an Earth Sovereign Realm expert within a day and use his profound chi to expel the fire poison from his body. The second way is to refine a grade 5 ice soul pill for him. Otherwise, Ru Chang said with an unsightly expression. After everyone heard this, their expressions became gloomy. Mo Alian burst into tears. She kowtowed to Ru Chang and begged, "Elder Zhu, I beg you. You must save my senior brother. I told you not to act on your own. What's the use of crying now? Even if your master comes, he won't be able to save him." Ru Chang said coldly. Ji Yanzhao was already poisoned by the fire poison, but he didn't suppress it much. Now that he was injured by the spirit energy, the fire poison inside the spirit energy was even stronger. Ji Yanzhao's condition was similar to Li Yang's in Meteor City. The Ice Soul pill wouldn't be able to suppress it for much longer. As usual, is there really no other way? Elderly asked with a doubtful expression. Ji Yanzhao was a genius of Scarlet Flame Peak. He was also Zhao Mingyuan's favorite disciple. Elderly didn't want to see Ji Yanzhao die. "Elderly, forgive me for not being able to help," Ru Chang said. "Sigh, this child Yanzhao." Elderly heaved a heavy sigh. Mo Alian's face was ashen. She clung to Ji Yanzhao's body and cried, "Senior, it's all my fault. It's all my fault." Mo Alian's cries attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Those who knew Ji Yanzhao revealed looks of sympathy, while those who didn't know him or had nothing to do with him had a look of indifference. After all, this was a world where the strong lived, and death was just a common thing. Not far away, Shi Tianho sighed. "What a pity. Senior Yanzhao was a genius of the last tournament. He's a good person. Why'd he die first? Come, let's drink to Senior Yanzhao. I hope he can get rid of his pain soon." Who knew that just as Shi Tianho finished speaking, the unconscious Ji Yanjiao would suddenly wake up. Kill, kill. After Ji Yanjiao bounced up from the ground, his whole person fell into a state of madness. His fists were constantly waving, and streams of fire attribute spiritual power scattered in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding people dodged. Mo Alian, who was closest to Ji Yanjiao, was hit by a punch and was sent flying. Stop! Elderly shouted in a deep voice. He pressed down with one hand, and an invisible spiritual energy enveloped Ji Yanjiao from all directions. Ji Yanjiao was immediately suppressed by the spiritual energy around him. However, his eyes were bloodshot, and he continued to roar. He looked like a ferocious beast. Senior brother, you want me to accompany you, right? Mo Alian crawled up and looked at Ji Yanjiao, who seemed to have gone crazy. Her eyes revealed the will to die. Alian, don't be impulsive, Elderly shouted. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Mo Alian took out a long sword and slashed at her throat. You little brat, Elderly scolded as he used his other hand to restrain Mo Alian. Elderly, just let me go with senior brother. It's all my fault, pleaded Mo Alian as she wept. A few of the female disciples around them were secretly crying. Many of them seemed to have been touched. Over the years, they had neglected their loved ones in order to pursue higher martial strength. They felt that they could only have everything if they were strong enough. But today, they truly felt the power of love in front of them. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that there was true love in the world. Just as Elderly was a loss of what to do, a lazy voice sounded. Why do you want to live or die? He's not dead yet. If you die and he lives, won't you die a wrongful death? As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. He can only live for one day. There's no point in me living anymore. Mo Alian didn't know who spoke. She was restricted by Elderly and couldn't move. However, she could tell that the other person was talking to her. There's no point in living for only one day. The voice sounded again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with anger. He was obviously saying that there was no point in living for one day. It was better to die now. You're right. That's why I want to die with Senior. Otherwise, I won't be happy for the rest of my life. Mo Alian agreed. Since you have the courage to die with him, do you have the courage to live with him? The voice sounded again. This time, before Mo Alian could respond, an annoyed voice shouted, Ling Xiao, don't cause trouble here. Get out of my way. The one speaking now was Zhu Ruchang. The one who had just spoken was Ling Xiao, who had been drinking and eating with Shi Tianho. Uncle Master, I'm just trying to calm this senior apprentice sister down. How was that considered causing trouble? Ling Xiao glanced at Chang Dao, puzzled. Why do these two dislike me so much? Could it be that they're both jealous of my Tianbin? There's no place for you to talk. Get lost. Zhu Ruchang placed his hands behind his back and snorted. Ling Xiao had embarrassed him just now. Now, he was going to use his status as an elder to put pressure on Ling Xiao, lest he be too arrogant. Uncle Master Zhu, are you in charge of this place? You don't even have a right to fart? Ling Xiao retorted with a smile. In his heart, he had already classified Zhu Ruchang as an unwelcome person. How dare you? Zhu Ruchang roared. This brat had no respect for his elders. At this moment, Lu Dong stood up and pointed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, my master is an elder of the sect and your uncle master. Of course, he can control you. If you dare to talk back, you'll be disrespecting an elder of the sect and offending a superior. My master can execute you on the spot. Lu Dong finally found a chance to suppress Ling Xiao. He laughed in his heart. How dare you offend my master? Even if the Peak Lord was here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. This elder? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying. As soon as these words came out, Lu Dong's face instantly darkened. He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. I am your eldest senior brother, Lu Dong. Oh, so it's a senior brother, not an elder. Then why don't you scram to the side? Didn't your master forbid us juniors from talking here? Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he raised his eyes. You. Lu Dong's face darkened at Ling Xiao's words. Lu Dong, back off, Zhu Ruchang said coldly. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, You have a sharp tongue. I'll kick you out of her mountain when we get back. That's enough. If you want to quarrel with her mountain, go somewhere else. Don't make a fool of yourselves here, Elderly shouted. Zhu Ruchong and Lu Dong stopped talking. They just stared at Ling Xiao angrily. This brat was too much. He dared to talk back to the elders, deacons, and disciples. They wouldn't let him off easy when they got back. Ling Xiao looked at the two with disdain. He immediately bowed to Elder Li and said, Elder, I have a way to cure this senior's fire poison. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. Only the two silhouettes frowned slightly, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 203. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Lu Dong whispered in disdain. The scene was already silent, and everyone present was an expert. Lu Dong's words reached their ears, and most of them agreed with him. Just now, Ruchong had already made it very clear that Ji Yanjiao could only be saved if an Earth Sovereign Realm expert expended his essence to help him expel the fire poison, or if it was a grade 5 ice soul pill. But now, Ling Xiao said that he could save Ji Yanjiao. Wasn't this a complete denial of Zhu Ruchong's judgment? First of all, everyone could see that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and the difference between him and an Earth Sovereign Realm expert was like heaven and earth. The first condition was already impossible to fulfill. Could it be that Ling Xiao had a 5th grade elixir? This was simply the ravings of an idiot. In the Northwest, the number of alchemists who had reached the 5th grade realm could be counted on one hand, and those were all great figures that were rarely seen in other large sections. And in their Purple Sky sect, the highest-ranked alchemist was Ling Xiao's master, Nan Gongchengle, and he was only a 4th grade alchemist. Of course, it was impossible for him to refine a 5th grade Dan. Therefore, no one thought that Ling Xiao would have a 5th grade elixir. But they were all wondering why Ling Xiao was so daring as to boast in front of an elder. Didn't he know that talking nonsense was a crime of looking down on an elder? Elderly frowned and said, Kid, although you have good intentions, there are some things that you can do and some things that you can't. Do you know that? All right, there's nothing else for you to do here. You can leave. Elder, since he won't live past the day, why don't you let me try? Maybe he can really come back to life. Ling Xiao was not as disrespectful to the elder as he was to Zhu Ruchong. After all, Zhu Chongxian didn't like him. So Ling Xiao felt that he respected the old and loved the young. Elderly was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Emo Alian cried out, Please, please, as long as you can save my senior brother, I'll do anything. Ling Xiao, are you done yet? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Ruchong was enraged to the extreme. He shouted at Ling Xiao, and the aura of his body pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ruchong was a peak spirit master, and his strength was not something that a normal spirit master could compare to. Although Ling Xiao had a strong mental strength to rely on, he still felt uncomfortable when he was suddenly suppressed by Ruchong's aura. It was as if a large stone was pressing on his chest. I'm really easy to bully. Ling Xiao was also starting to get angry. Originally, he had only said a few words, but now, Ruchong was suppressing him with his aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a little more capable, he would have vomited blood because of this aura. Just as Ling Xiao was about to counterattack, a voice called out, Elders, there's no need to be angry. Let him try. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. She still cares about me. Just as Ling Xiao was about to counterattack. She still cares about me? Ling Xiao looked at Yin Mengqi affectionately and thought, Since Miss has spoken, I'll let you try. If you can't cure him, then immediately scram back to Herb Peak. I'll find your master and explain everything, Ruchong said coldly. At the side, Lu Dong and Huang Yifeng both had gloating smiles on their faces. Shi Tianho walked over and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Junior brother, don't force yourself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao looked gratefully at Shi Tianho and then shouted at Ruchong, Don't worry, my good martial uncle. If I can't cure him, I'll leave the sect. I'll leave the sect. His words were loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Where does this kid get his confidence from? Does he really have some tricks up his sleeve? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to stay at her peak anymore. Impossible, he's still so young. Does he want to destroy his own future? Yulian's eyes flashed with a mysterious light as she muttered, still so impulsive. But I like how you're so manly. On the other side, a beautiful figure had a complicated look in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. In front of Ling Xiao, Yin Mingqi looked worriedly at Ling Xiao. She was cursing in her heart. Why is this guy so impulsive? Is he going to give up? Haha, good. Good. This old man will see how you're going to save him today. Ru Chong laughed. However, he didn't know that his words had gone too far. His words clearly meant that he didn't want Ji Yinzhao to come back to life. Ru Chong, watch your words, Elderly said with displeasure. Ru Chong was stunned for a moment before he immediately retracted his expression and replied, yes. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao even more. Why aren't you going to save him? At this moment, Yun Mengqi shouted at Ling Xiao in annoyance. Ever since she had gone through a life and death situation with Ling Xiao in the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao had become deeply ingrained in her heart. Every time she thought about how he had risked everything to save her, every look and every action was filled with manliness. Furthermore, he had given her the soft-tide sword and soft-tide sevenfold waves cultivation method. One had to know that the soft-tide sword and soft-tide sevenfold waves cultivation method would cause a bloodbath no matter where they were, but Ling Xiao had given them to her without even a frown. Such a magnanimous man was rare in this world. Afterwards, she had obtained the inheritance, and not only had she recovered her strength, but she had also reached the peak of Spirit Master. This made her realize that the difference in strength between her and Ling Xiao was too great. If her father knew that she was with a man from a small city, she was afraid that Ling Xiao and his family would be implicated. After weighing the pros and cons, she had chosen to leave Ling Xiao. But before she left, she had given Ling Xiao a hope. If Ling Xiao could catch up to her footsteps, she would agree to be with him. Although she wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao, in her heart, she still hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to constantly strive to become stronger. When Ling Xiao had become a sect disciple, he had also become a disciple that the various peaks had fought over. She had felt joy and comfort for him, because the man she had taken a fancy to was truly outstanding. But when Ling Xiao had announced that he was a second-tier alchemist, she had become even more excited. After all, the status of an alchemist was extremely respected no matter where they went. The distance between the two of them had already been very close. In the past year, there had been several times when she had wanted to see him, but she had resisted. One reason was that she wanted to break through to the king stage and needed to close her eyes. The other reason was that she hoped that Ling Xiao would focus on becoming stronger. She felt that one day, Ling Xiao would personally come to find her. But now, in order to save Ji Yinzhao, Ling Xiao had suddenly made such a resolute decision in front of everyone. She felt that perhaps Ling Xiao felt inferior because the gap between them had widened. Perhaps he felt that it was impossible for him to catch up to her footsteps, so he had found an excuse to leave the sect. For a moment, her heart was in chaos, and she didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao smiled lightly at her. Yes, senior sister. At this time, Elderly had already released Mo Ilian, but Ji Yinzhao was still firmly suppressed. But now his entire body had turned red, and his eyes seemed to have lost all humanity. Ling Xiao walked to Ji Yinzhao's side, and with one hand, he struck Ji Yinzhao's acupuncture point, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. Give me a quiet place. Ling Xiao picked up Ji Yinzhao and said with a serious expression. Immediately after, Elderly had someone bring Ling Xiao to an abandoned house. Little thing that doesn't know life from death. Let's see how you save him. Ru Chong cursed under his breath, his expression ashen. He had been a third-grade alchemist for many years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even his senior brother, Nangong Changle, had to give in to him. Who would have thought that this little thing had no respect for his elders? He swore that he would definitely expel Ling Xiao from Medicine Peak. No, from a sect. This city had long been abandoned, and the houses here were extremely simple and crude. There wasn't even a single wooden bed. However, Ling Xiao only wanted to save Ji Yanzhao. As long as no one disturbed him, it was fine. Immediately, he placed Ji Yanzhao flat on the ground. "Senior sister, go outside and protect me. Without my permission, don't let anyone disturb me." Ling Xiao turned to Mo Ailian and said. Mo Ailian looked deeply at Ji Yanzhao, then nodded her head and walked out of the house. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of air and muttered, "You're lucky to have met me." With that, he slapped his palm on Ji Yanzhao's chest, and a gust of innate Yin wind, evil qi, surged towards Ji Yanzhao. Innate Yin wind, evil qi was originally an absolute Yin item, and it just so happened to be able to restrain the poison of extreme yang. Moreover, he had the experience of curing Liang, so Ling Xiao dared to boldly agree. At the same time, he was also moved by Mo Ailian's love for Ji Yanzhao. Otherwise, the life and death of others would have nothing to do with him. He didn't think of himself as some kind of good person who saved the dying and helped the injured. When the innate Yin wind, evil qi entered Ji Yanzhao's body, the dark red color on his body instantly faded by a lot. Ling Xiao didn't think that this would be enough to expel the fire poison. Some fire poisons were very cunning, and if it was just an ordinary fire poison, the elders and attendants of the Purple Sky sect wouldn't be so distressed. The fire poison in Ji Yanzhao's body didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. In just an instant, it was completely eliminated by Ling Xiao's innate Yin wind, evil qi. Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder, why is the Flame Valley so strange? Could it be that there's something strange about this place? Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. The sect is mining the crystal mine here, and it's not something I can touch. Just as Ling Xiao was about to withdraw his palm, the palm that was pressing on Ji Yanzhao's chest suddenly heated up, and a wave of manic energy suddenly attacked. Suddenly, the arm that Ling Xiao had pressed on Ji Yanzhao's chest turned red, like a red-hot soldering iron. The meridians on his arm also swelled up from the energy, and his entire hand looked extremely sinister. How insidious! Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. The innate Yin wind, evil qi in his body seemed to have sensed the existence of an old enemy, and it immediately rushed towards the fire poison. Don't worry, let's see what tricks it can play first. Ling Xiao suppressed the innate Yin wind, evil qi, and allowed the fire poison to invade his body. If this kind of behavior were to be known by the people outside, they would probably open their mouths and curse. Madman! The fire poison was tormenting them to the point that they couldn't do anything. This guy could obviously restrain the fire poison, but he was using his body to test it. Did not want to live anymore. Chapter 204. Just as Ling Xiao was treating her, Huang Yifeng walked over to Yun Mengqi and softly said, "Congratulations on breaking through to the king level." Ever since Yun Mengqi had returned from the desolate mountain range, she had distanced herself from Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng naturally knew that his actions had disappointed her. Now that she had broken through to the king level, he didn't dare have any fantasies about her, but he still didn't have a good feeling in his heart. "Thank you," Yun Mengqi indifferently replied, as if she was talking to a stranger. After that incident in the desolate mountain range, she had clearly seen through Huang Yifeng's character, so she didn't want to have any contact with this senior apprentice brother of hers. Huang Yifeng chuckled and walked over to Yu Lian's side. Now his target had already shifted to Yu Lian. Although this woman wasn't as outstanding as Yun Mengqi, she was still a rare beauty. Not only that, her figure was definitely a top-quality stunner. Not only that, but her soul-stealing eyes caused Huang Yifeng to feel a strong desire to possess her. "Junior apprentice sister, when we have time, let's find a place to spar. This place is very suitable for us to cultivate." Huang Yifeng greedily stared at Yu Lian's chest, his heart filled with dirty thoughts. Yu Lian looked at Huang Yifeng and blinked a few times. Senior apprentice brother's strength is high. Junior apprentice sister, isn't senior apprentice brother's match? Huang Yifeng laughed. Junior apprentice sister is too modest. Your senior apprentice brother will go easy on you. How could I bear to see a beauty like you get hurt? Within the sect, Huang Yifeng could be considered as one of the most handsome men. Who knew how many senior and junior apprentice sisters in the sect had their hearts set on him? It was just that his eyes were arrogant and picky. So how could an average woman enter his eyes? Back then, he had almost moved Yin Mingqi's heart, but in the end he had failed. Now he could only settle for the next best thing. This Yu Yin seemed to be able to tug at his heartstrings. If only all the men in this world could be like senior apprentice brother and have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Yu Yin charmingly looked at Huang Yifeng. Her voice was like a spring breeze that struck Huang Yifeng's heart, making him feel extremely comfortable. That's only natural. Junior apprentice sister is so beautiful and moving. Who wouldn't cherish her? The desire in Huang Yifeng's eyes became even stronger. Yu Yin pointed at her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, "That man of mine doesn't care about me at all, and he even treats me coldly." "What? Where's your man? I'll kill him," Huang Yifeng unconsciously shouted. He didn't know that he had fallen for Yu Yin's charm. He spoke very loudly so that everyone around could hear him clearly. TSK, as a fellow disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak, this guy is really shameless. That's right. He won't even let off his own junior sister. What's more, she already has someone she likes. He's always thought too highly of himself, and he even said that he wanted to woo junior sister. Now that he knows that he can't catch up to her, he wants to woo junior sister Lian instead. How despicable. For a moment, all the disciples were secretly cursing Huang Yifeng. Yin Mingqi felt that Huang Yifeng was extremely disgusting. This guy actually wanted to hook up with a girl who already had a sweetheart. He really didn't know how to humiliate himself. Elder Li, who was standing to the side, shouted, "You little brat, Scram." Huang Yifeng's chest felt as if it had been struck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. Who the fuck plotted against me?" Huang Yifeng angrily shouted from the ground. "Noisy," Elder Li shouted again, and a formless wave of spiritual energy pressed down on Huang Yifeng. Pooh! Huang Yifeng was once again sent flying. Elder Li was already in a bad mood, and when he heard his own disciple act so shamelessly, he decided to teach Huang Yifeng a lesson. Huang Yifeng really deserved it. He actually dared to provoke that seductress Yu Yin. Haha, he deserves it. Yu Yin laughed in her heart. Who knew that a sharp light would suddenly shoot towards her? Yu Yin quickly lowered her head, not daring to show any arrogant expression. How could such a lowly trick escape Elder Li's sharp eyes? He just couldn't be bothered to deal with it. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked out with a relaxed smile on his face. "How is it? Did you save him?" Elder Li asked in a low voice. Everyone else turned their attention to Ling Xiao. Chang Yu and Lu Dong, on the other hand, wore looks of disdain. "Fortunately, I didn't fail." Ling Xiao glanced at the master and disciple pair and cupped his hands at Elder Li. "Really?" Elder Li exclaimed. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't say anything. Someone had already confirmed his words. Mo Alian walked out, supporting the weak Ji Yin Zhao. "Senior apprentice brother Ji is fine. This is unbelievable. Does he really have a 5th grade elixir? That's great. I've also been poisoned by fire poison, but there's hope of getting rid of it. Look, his complexion doesn't look right. Senior apprentice brother, you ingested fire poison?" Shi Tian Ho asked with a frown. At this time, many people noticed that Ling Zhao's complexion was much redder than before. "Senior apprentice brother, you're worrying too much." "I'm fine." Ling Xiao smiled. Mo Alian helped Ji Yin Zhao over to Ling Xiao and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Many thanks for saving my life, senior apprentice brother. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know." Ling Xiao helped the two of them up. "We're brothers, so don't be so serious." "Senior apprentice sister, it's best if you let me rest and recover. It won't be good if he's attacked by fire poison again." Mo Alian and Ji Yin Zhao looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and returned to their rooms to recover. At this time, Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao in a different light. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? He'd actually attracted fire poison for someone he didn't know. Now he'd saved someone, but he died. Senior apprentice brother, are you really okay? Yu Lian walked over to Ling Xiao and asked worriedly. This time, she was genuinely concerned and didn't try to seduce him. Ling Xiao grinned. Don't worry, I won't die. Elderly looked at the carefree Ling Xiao and couldn't help but nod with admiration. You're called Ling Xiao. Our Scarlet Flame Peak owes you a favor. Ji Yanjiao was a true disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak and represented the future backbone of Scarlet Flame Peak. Now that Ling Xiao had used his own poison to save Ji Yanjiao, Elderly was very grateful to Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Ru Chong sneered, Elderly, you don't have to do this favor. He actually dared to absorb Ji Yanjiao's fire poison. In less than 3 days, he'll die from the poison. Ru Chang's eyes were cold, and he purposely dragged out the last few words as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Lu Dong, on the other hand, had a happy smile on his face and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. Ha! To have a martial uncle like you. You really are a cold-blooded villain. After laughing, he took out another pot of wine and drank it down his throat, singing to wine, how long will life be? Like the morning dew, the passing days are long. Clearly like the moon, when will it be gone? Sorrow comes from within and cannot be stopped. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's confident back and didn't know why they felt bitter and self-deprecating. It was rare to see such a carefree and unrestrained person who didn't care about life and death. The eyes of the surrounding women were filled with complicated emotions, as if they couldn't hide the pain in their hearts. Or perhaps, naturally, Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to exchange his life for a stranger's. He was a transmigrator who valued his life more than others and would never commit suicide. He had the innate Yin Wind bead in his sea of consciousness and possessed the innate Yin Wind evil qi. Expelling the fire poison might be particularly troublesome in the eyes of others, but to him, it was nothing at all. The reason why he allowed the fire poison to invade his body was naturally because he wanted to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation secret art, organs refinement. Ling Xiao had been stuck in the Vajra 5 transformation secret art for a year and a half because he lacked high-level spirit herbs and medicinal pills. Now that he had stayed in the Purple Sky sect for a year, he had already found a lot of supplementary spirit herbs, and after saving G2's granddaughter, Jibei-Shin, he had obtained a few third-level spirit herbs from G2, including a high-level third-level spirit herb called Mischievous Grass. Mischievous Grass was a kind of healing spirit herb. Just like its name, its vitality was extremely tenacious. As long as it wasn't completely dead, as long as there was still a little essence left, it could grow again. It was a kind of top-quality, high-level spirit herb for treating internal injuries. Consuming this spirit herb could greatly strengthen one's internal organs and increase their vitality, allowing anyone to increase their cultivation speed by 2 to 3 times within a month. In other words, after consuming the mischievous grass within a month, the speed of cultivation would be 2 to 3 times faster than usual. In other words, cultivating for 1 month was equivalent to cultivating for 2 to 3 months' worth of energy. Of course, there was also a limit to taking the mischievous grass. A person could only take it 2 or 3 times in a lifetime. When it was taken for the 2nd or 3rd time, the effect would be halved, and after the 4th time, there would basically be no effect. This mischievous grass was an important spirit herb for cultivating the 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation secret art. Ling Xiao allowed the fire poison to enter his body in order to let the fire poison invade and destroy his internal organs. Then, he would take the mischievous grass and borrow its spiritual power to repair his internal organs. At the same time, he would circulate the Vajra 5 transformation secret art and use it to reach the intermediate realm in one go. Of course, others would naturally not know of Ling Xiao's plans. They only thought that Ling Xiao was sacrificing himself to help others. In a quiet, shabby house, Ling Xiao was meditating with a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he was using the innate miasma wind to form an encirclement so that the fire poison in his body could only invade his internal organs and not invade his dantian. Previously, when Ling Xiao failed to break through to the Spirit Master level, he was lucky enough to enter his consciousness and connect with the innate miasma wind pearl. Now, he could control the innate miasma wind as he pleased. With just a thought, he could direct the innate miasma wind pearl. The fire poison was surrounded by a large amount of innate miasma wind pearl, so it couldn't do anything. It could only wantonly destroy Ling Xiao's internal organs. Pooh! A mouthful of blood came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Not only did he swallow blood, but his facial features were also showing traces of blood. This situation was too frightening. He was actually bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chapter 205. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were where a person's soul was located. It was an indispensable part of the body for anyone to survive. The fire poison was wreaking havoc in Ling Xiao's body, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already started to rot. According to the general theory, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were not light, and he was in danger of dying at any time. Looking at his ears, nose, mouth, every part of his face was bleeding, and he looked like a devil from hell, ferocious and frightening. If anyone were to see this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. And now, Ling Xiao was tightly guarding the top of his head, enduring the inhuman torture. The Vajra 5 transformation secret was a perverted cultivation method, and at the same time, it was also a self-torturing cultivation method. Cultivating the first 2 transformations was to torture the external body, while cultivating the last 3 transformations was to torture the internal body. Therefore, to cultivate the 3rd transformation, refinement of organs, one must first use the poison to enter the body, first destroy the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, then use the mysterious technique to repair them until they reach the realm of immunity to all poisons. Originally, Ling Xiao had been thinking hard on how to continue cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation secret. He did not expect that in order to save Jiyin Zhao, the fire poison would actually bore into his body, and this made him think of this method. But according to the normal cultivation method, one must guide the poison into the body and, at the same time, destroy the 5 viscera. He must take the spiritual grass to help save his life. However, Ling Xiao did not take any medicinal pills, nor did he take the stubborn grass. Instead, he allowed the fire poison to wreak havoc in his body. This kind of action could be said to be extremely crazy and could also be said to be a kind of suicidal action. Why was Ling Xiao so confident to take the risk? Of course, it was because of his 3 parts restoration energy and the Vajra 5 transformation secret. The 3 parts restoration energy originally had the function of self-healing, although it was not as perverted as the Vajra 5 transformation secret. It had a real healing effect. Moreover, his 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation secret was already at the small success stage, and the recovery speed of his body's muscle energy was not slow at all. Moreover, the most important point was that Ling Xiao cultivated the invisible with secret art. The wood attribute, profound energy itself, had a certain recovery ability. With the 3 of them working together, it would not be a problem for him to keep his life. After half an hour, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He looked a little weak, but the fire poison in his body had been completely eliminated by his innate Yin Wind evil qi. All that was left was to slowly restore his body. Now, Ling Xiao didn't intend to take any more elixirs or spirit herbs. He only relied on his 2 great mysterious techniques to restore himself. Moreover, he didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover. Ling Xiao's body circulated the two divine arts, and at the same time, he raised his mental power to the highest level, spreading it out in all directions. Now that he was seriously injured, he definitely couldn't let anyone disturb him. If it was an enemy, then it would be terrible. He had no choice but to be cautious. Whoosh! Just as Ling Xiao spread out his mental power, a figure silently descended from the sky. Who is it? Ling Xiao's hair stood on end as he cried out in alarm. The person who came was too sudden, and there were no signs at all. It was enough to show how terrifying the strength of the person who came was. Ling Xiao had already prepared a pill and was ready to take it at any time. But when he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A graceful figure, dressed in light blue muslin, a pure white silk scarf, and a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. Other than Yunmeng Qi, who else could it be? She was dressed in simple yet elegant satin. Her beautiful face was like a sculpture, and her ink-like hair was tied with a bow. Her slender waist was swaying like a willow, and her body was shimmering with an ethereal radiance. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. Now, she looked even more ethereal than when she was in the desolate mountain range. Just by standing there casually, she made people feel ashamed of themselves. Meng Qi! Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Yunmeng Qi turned around, a faint trace of worry in her eyes. But her tone was a bit cold. Are you all right? Ling Xiao bitterly smiled and wiped away the blood on his face, trying his best not to let Yunmeng Qi see it. But with Yunmeng Qi's eyesight, she could clearly see that Ling Xiao had already been heavily injured. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Ling Xiao stood up with great difficulty. This wasn't an act, but rather he really was heavily injured and hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Ling Xiao's weak appearance, Yunmeng Qi's heart clenched. She knew that Ling Xiao had been poisoned by fire poison, and she had also heard Chang Yu say he wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 days. Just now, she had been so cold to him. Could it be that my face is really that important? Perhaps I really am a cold-blooded woman. He's already like this, so how can I still be so cold to him? Yunmeng Qi asked herself. She thought back to everything that had happened in the desolate mountain range. How many times had this man disregarded everything to save her, giving her the safest embrace, allowing her to obtain the inheritance of an Earth Emperor? Thinking of that, she felt even more cold-blooded, and more she felt that she had let down Ling Xiao. Meng Qi, what's wrong? Ling Xiao noticed that tears had appeared in Yunmeng Qi's eyes, and he couldn't help but panic. Who would have thought that in the next instant, a warm and fragrant body would appear in his arms? Ling Xiao was stunned. Why are you so stupid? Yunmeng Qi's voice was almost sobbing. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, feeling that the beauty in his arms was still thinking about him. For a moment, he felt extremely carefree and comfortable. This past year's worth of longing and anticipation had finally transformed into rain, filling his entire body with the strength of love. Meng Qi, with those words of yours, even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to take my life, said Ling Xiao faintly as he hugged Yunmeng Qi's waist. You're still talking? Hurry up and let me see if your fire poison has flared up, said Yunmeng Qi worriedly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense affection. At this moment, she finally began to face her feelings for Ling Xiao. It was as if she had become a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world, no longer so high and mighty. I'm really fine. How could I be stupid enough to exchange my life for someone else's? I'm not some good person, said Ling Xiao with a pale smile. The more he said this, the more Yunmeng Qi didn't believe him. As a king-level expert, could it be that she couldn't even sense the strength of Ling Xiao's aura? Are you still going to lie to me? Right now your internal energy is in chaos. I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress the fire poison for much longer. Let me help you. Yunmeng Qi wiped away the tears in her eyes. Holding Ling Xiao's pulse, she began to pour her powerful water attribute spiritual energy into him. Looking at the crying person in front of him, Ling Xiao felt even more moved. He didn't struggle against her hand. Instead, he used his Xian Qi to guide her spiritual energy into his body. Yin Ming Qi's spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Adding on the fact that she was pouring her full strength into him, Ling Xiao felt his entire body fill up. The two Xian techniques immediately began to devour the energy. The small tree in his mind sea also seemed to sense something. A green light began to shine, and a powerful suction force came from its roots. It wanted to take a share of the pie with the two Xian techniques. Yin Ming Qi seemed to sense something, but she felt that it might be the fire poison, so she increased the amount of spiritual energy she was pouring in. What pure energy! Lu Wen couldn't help but praise from within Ling Zhao's mind sea. He closed his eyes, and the roots beneath his feet once again increased their suction force. Even Ling Xiao felt that the amount of spiritual energy being split by the two Xian techniques had decreased by a lot. However, the amount of spiritual energy he had obtained was enough for him to quickly recover from his internal injuries. After all, Yin Ming Qi's water attribute spiritual energy had a powerful healing effect. "It's fine, Ming Qi, I'm fine now," Ling Xiao said. Yin Ming Qi glanced at Ling Xiao. Seeing that his complexion was much better, she withdrew her hand. "Are you feeling better?" Yin Ming Qi softly asked. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. "Much better. With you here, I'm completely fine. Don't be so talkative. The elders said you won't live for more than 3 days." Yin Ming Qi couldn't hide her sorrow. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain in his heart and immediately embraced Yin Ming Qi's boneless waist. He softly said, "Really, I'm fine. I can restrain the fire poison. Just now, I was only able to force out the fire poison, and that's why I appeared a bit weaker." Yin Ming Qi heard Ling Zhao's resolute words, and her heart calmed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, she broke free from Ling Zhao's embrace and instantly disappeared from Ling Zhao's sight. "I hope you don't forget your promise and surpass me as soon as possible." Yin Ming Qi's voice rang out in Ling Zhao's ear. Just as Ling Xiao was in a daze, a fragrant scent accompanied by a wave of cold air assaulted his nostrils. "Who?" Ling Xiao came back to his senses and shouted. When Ling Xiao saw who it was again, he was once again stunned. An incomparably cold and elegant face, a snow-white veil, and an ice-cold aura surrounded her exquisite figure. She was impressively Bing Ruoshui. She frowned as she looked at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes flashing with a complicated expression. The beautiful figure in the sky couldn't help but be stunned. "How could it be her? What are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to kill me again?" Ling Xiao looked at Bing Ruoshui with slight vigilance. Thinking back to before, this girl had repeatedly wanted his life. He didn't know what he had done to make her unhappy. No matter what, he was the dignified Meteor City. No, the #1 handsome man of the Purple Sky sect. How could he not be welcomed? Could it be that this girl didn't like men? Bing Ruoshui didn't say anything. She only took out a medicine bottle from her waist and threw it towards Ling Xiao. She said indifferently, "3rd-grade ice heart pill. It can suppress the fire poison in your body for a month." After she finished speaking, she actually floated away. All that was left was a wave of cold air, causing Ling Xiao to slightly quiver. He looked at the ice heart pill in his hand, scratched his head, and muttered, "What is this girl? Could it be that she accidentally fell in love with this young master because of hate?" However, just as Ling Xiao put away the ice heart pill and was about to leave, another wave of fragrance assailed his nostrils. Who is this? Ling Xiao was almost speechless. Wasn't the place he found very hidden? Why were there still so many people looking for him? "Junior brother, are you all right?" A pleasant voice filled with concern sounded beside Ling Zhao's ear. For a moment, Ling Zhao's legs felt weak. Besides her, who else could make him lose control like this? Chapter 206. It was none other than Yulai Yin. She was looking at Ling Xiao in a flirtatious manner with a hint of worry in her eyes. Her voice was like an enchantment that could almost make people lose themselves in it. This time, she wasn't doing it on purpose. She was genuinely concerned about him. Senior sister, it's so late. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao asked calmly. In his heart, he was thinking, am I going to have a lot of luck with women? Yu Laiyan walked over to Ling Xiao and saw that there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Junior brother, don't you think you're stupid? Is it really necessary to exchange your life for hers? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, thank you for your concern, senior sister. Junior brother won't take things too hard. There are many things in this world that I haven't done yet. For example, talking about romance with senior sister, discussing the true meaning of life. Yu Laiyan blushed slightly when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe as if she wanted to see through him. Is this guy completely fine? Since you like it so much, why don't we find a place to talk about romance? Yu Laiyan approached Ling Xiao, held his arm, and said in a flirtatious voice. Ling Xiao felt Yu Laiyan's plump flesh and listened to her seductive voice. For a moment, his heart was in a mess. This woman really wants to kill me. She's even more seductive than Dai, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He hurriedly used his qi to keep himself awake. Otherwise, he would really lose out if he was eaten by this woman. Since senior sister is so kind, then I won't refuse. Ling Xiao pretended to be very happy. He hugged Yu Laiyan's slender waist and was about to kiss her. Junior brother, you're so naughty. I'm not a casual woman. Yu Laiyan struggled a little to get out of Ling Xiao's arms. She glared at Ling Xiao, her eyes full of flirtatiousness. Although Yu Laiyan seemed to be passionate, in fact, Ling Xiao knew that she was just a natural seductress, not a natural-born slut. What do you mean by that, senior apprentice sister? I'm not a casual man, Ling Xiao said with a smirk. He then walked over to Yu Laiyan, thinking to himself, if you dare tease me, I'll eat you up tonight. Hee, junior apprentice brother, your eyesight is really bad. Yu Laiyan giggled and quickly drifted away. Ling Xiao had an evil smile on his face. He gathered the wind attribute under his feet and chased after Yu Laiyan. Ling Xiao wanted to take advantage of Yu Laiyan, forcing her to tease him like he was a virgin. That was too aggrieving. Yu Laiyan hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so fast. He was in front of her in the blink of an eye, and a large hand hugged her waist again. Good senior apprentice sister, why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk some more. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he hugged Yu Laiyan tightly against his chest. Yu Laiyan didn't struggle, and her proud breast pressed against Ling Xiao's chest. Junior apprentice brother, you're so naughty, Yu Laiyan said with a flushed face. She then said, if you want to eat senior apprentice sister, that's fine, but you'll have to win against someone. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he raised an eyebrow and looked in a certain direction. A long black shadow was walking towards Ling Xiao and Yu Laiyan. TSK, what a pair of dogs. The one who had walked out was Huang Yifeng. His handsome face was twisted and hideous. He had already lost the right to pursue his junior apprentice sister, and he had turned his attention to Yu Laiyan. But he hadn't expected that this woman would have an affair with the person he hated the most. He was furious. Senior apprentice brother, your words are so sour. Yu Laiyan didn't get angry and instead laughed. Junior apprentice sister, why are you following someone who's about to die? Don't you think that being with senior apprentice brother is the best choice? Huang Yifeng heard Yu Laiyan's sweet voice and felt his whole body go soft. Suddenly, a strong desire to possess her arose. He had to get his hands on such a beautiful woman. Since senior apprentice brother likes her so much, junior apprentice brother will let you have her. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes turned, and he immediately let go of Yu Laiyan. What a joke. Yu Laiyan was a rose with thorns. He could flirt with her, but when it came to fighting, it would be strange if she didn't stab him. At least you're tactful. You only have 3 more days to live, so I won't make things difficult for you. Scram for me. Huang Yifeng said with a smug smile, as if he was already imagining Yu Lai's beauty beneath his crotch. Junior apprentice brother, you really have the heart to not want me? Yu Laiyan's charming eyes were filled with affection, and her tone was filled with endless grievance. Ling Xiao felt his heart soften, and he was almost captivated by Yu Laiyan again. He immediately restrained his emotions and laughed. Senior apprentice sister must be joking. With your beauty that can shame the moon and the flowers, any man would only love you tenderly. Junior apprentice brother's strength is low, and it's really hard for me to be worthy of you. Only someone as handsome as senior apprentice brother can be a match made in heaven with senior apprentice sister. With that, Ling Xiao immediately turned and disappeared into the night. When Huang Yifeng heard this, he was overjoyed. This little brat is really tactful. Who would have thought that Yu Laiyan would stomp her feet and lightly curse, "Useless coward," before also disappearing into the night, leaving Huang Yifeng standing there alone. His fists were tightly clenched, and his eyes flashed with venomous hatred. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao spent his time wandering around the ruined city. When he had free time, he would sit in meditation to pass the time. Ever since Yun Mengqi had shown concern for him, the knot in his heart had been completely untied. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed and obtain the approval of the sect master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to marry Yun Mengqi. The only thing that made Ling Xiao feel strange was Bing Ruoshui. Didn't this girl always hate him? Could it be that her hatred had given birth to love? She had actually given him a third-grade ice heart pill. It had to be known that third-grade medicinal pills were extremely precious, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain one so easily. On the other side, Lu Dong had also been paying attention to Ling Xiao's whereabouts. 3 days had passed, but Ling Xiao was no different from an ordinary person, and there were no signs of him being poisoned. Lu Dong couldn't help but feel that his master's words were no longer true. Ruchong naturally heard of this news, and his expression became increasingly ugly. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Originally, Ling Xiao had been sent by Nangong Changle to help him refine the Ice Heart pill. However, Ruchong had a lot of opinions about Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stick a warm face to a cold butt. Furthermore, his other martial uncle, Yang En, and his senior apprentice brother, Chao Nanxian, were also present, so there was no need for him to embarrass himself. However, this didn't mean that Ling Xiao could pass the month so easily. The fact that he had helped Ji Yinjiao detoxify the fire poison was known to all the attendants and disciples here. They had been living here for a long time, and their bodies were more or less tainted with the fire poison. The Ice Heart pill could only suppress it, but it couldn't completely eradicate it. As a matter of fact, the attendants and a few Scarlet Flame Peak direct disciples came to ask for help. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to refuse, but when he remembered that he still needed the fire poison to cultivate, he immediately agreed to help these people expel the fire poison. However, he would still have to collect some benefits. These attendants and direct disciples were all Spirit Master experts, and they all had some good things. After a round of looting, Ling Xiao really did obtain a lot of benefits. What he wanted were all level 3 and above spirit grasses. In 5 days, he had obtained 20 to 30 level 3 spirit grasses from these people, which made Ling Xiao extremely happy. At the same time, the Golden Steel 5 transformation technique had already been tempered by the fire poison several times. However, Ling Xiao felt that the fire poison's toxicity wasn't strong enough, and it wasn't strong enough to require him to use the stubborn grass. Therefore, the Viscera refining realm was only a small improvement, but it was still a distance away from the intermediate realm. Ling Xiao planned to personally go to the Flame Valley to find an even stronger fire source. Although Ling Xiao had profited, there were some people who weren't happy. Just as Ling Xiao was absorbing the fire poison from one of the attendants, Lu Dong's annoying voice rang out. "Ling Xiao, my master wants you to go immediately." Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Dong in annoyance and said, "Yes, I understand." His hands continued to control the innate Yin Wind, evil qi, and devouring fire poison. When Lu Dong saw Ling Xiao's attitude towards him, he couldn't help but become furious and yelled, "Ling Xiao, you dare to disobey orders?" Ling Xiao instantly increased the speed of extinguishing the fire poison. He turned around and angrily shouted at Lu Dong, can't you see that I'm expelling the fire poison for Attendant Fong? If something goes wrong because of you, then both Attendant Fong and I will lose our lives. Your master isn't my master. If there's anything, then let him come and talk to me personally. Lu Dong's master had long since disliked Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also displeased with the two of them. Moreover, Lu Dong actually didn't understand etiquette and shouted at him while he was expelling the fire poison. How could Ling Xiao swallow this anger? Lu Dong's expression was extremely gloomy, and he immediately coldly snorted. All right, you will pay for your words. Lu Dong let out these words of hatred, turned around, and walked away. A middle-aged man who was lying on the ground slowly stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Many thanks, Ling Xiao. He then took out a third-level spirit grass and offered it to Ling Xiao. We're all fellow disciples. There's no need to be so polite. Ling Xiao bluntly put away the spirit grass and politely said, Don't worry, you've saved so many of our people. The elders won't dare to do anything to you. Attendant Fong said. He was an inner sect attendant, and although his position was a bit lower than Elder Chang's, Ling Xiao had saved at least 10 inner sect attendants. There were also a few Scarlet Flame Peak's true disciples, and these people would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. These people would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side and wouldn't let Ling Xiao suffer. Ling Xiao didn't know that his actions had inadvertently helped him establish a good reputation within the sect, and also save him a lot of trouble in the future. Attendant Fong is too serious. Martial Uncle has some prejudice against me, but as long as I explain it clearly, everything will be fine. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, however, he was thinking that if someone like Master Chong dared to do anything to him, he wouldn't let them off easily. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Attendant Fong saw that Ling Xiao didn't care and didn't say anything else. After all, he also didn't want to go against an elder. After that Attendant Fong left, another person walked over. It was his senior apprentice brother, Shi Tianho, who had a good relationship with him recently. Senior apprentice brother, why have you come? Ling Xiao went to greet him. Shi Tianho shook his head at Ling Xiao and said, Junior apprentice brother, you're out of luck. Chapter 207. Ling Xiao followed Shi Tianho to a relatively clean hall. Chong, Yang, and Chao Nan, Lu Dong, and 3 other disciples of Chong were all present. The other elders who were originally here had all gone to guard the crystal mine. After entering the hall, Ling Xiao slightly bowed to Chong and Yang. He then greeted Chao Nan, senior apprentice brother. In truth, the first disciple to join Medicine Peak should have been Lu Dong. He was originally the senior apprentice brother, but Chao Nan had broken through to the 3rd rank alchemist realm first, so Chao Nan had naturally become the chief senior apprentice brother of Medicine Peak. Chao Nan smiled and nodded to Ling Xiao in response, but there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Ling Xiao, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Even my words don't work. Chong looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare. Senior apprentice uncle, you're a high and mighty elder of the sect, and I'm just a small disciple. I'm very timid. Ling Xiao spoke modestly, but there was no trace of modesty on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. In Chang's eyes, that smile seemed to be looking down on him. Senior apprentice brother, take a look. This is the good disciple our senior apprentice brother has recruited. Chang's tone was filled with ridicule as he spoke to Yang and said, Senior apprentice uncle, don't be impatient. He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Ling Xiao, you said that quite a few of the attendants had their fire poison expelled by you? Yes, senior apprentice uncle, Ling Xiao replied honestly. He didn't have any grudges with Yang, so he was still quite respectful of him. Joy appeared on Yang face, and he anxiously asked, What method did you use to expel the fire poison? Yang asked. Ruchong also listened attentively. He also wanted to know what method Ling Xiao had to expel the fire poison. Even a king rank expert was unable to expel this fire poison, so he was truly unable to figure out how Ling Xiao had accomplished it. Initially, he thought that Ling Xiao had absorbed Ji Yinzhao's fire poison and traded his life for Ji Yinzhao's. But now, it seemed that this was absolutely not the case. Could it be that Ling Xiao had some kind of treasure that could engrave the fire poison? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying, "This. Forgive me for not being able to tell you." Yang Yin and Ru Chang's expressions changed slightly. Ru Chang shouted, "Don't you know this is related to the safety of the sect's deacons and disciples? Don't tell me you only care about your own selfish desires?" Ling Zhao's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, "It looks like I've been too ostentatious this time." Regret grew in Ling Zhao's heart. He had so openly helped so many people expel the fire poison, and he was bound to attract the wind. It would be easy for him to attract trouble. Yang An saw Ling Zhao's awkward expression, and he immediately said, "Ling Xiao, your martial uncles are right. If you have a method, tell us, and we can all study it together. We will report it to the sect, and you will be credited with a great merit." "Two martial uncles, I can only tell you that the reason I can expel the fire poison is because of the special nature of my body. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to expel the fire poison. Please forgive me," Ling Xiao said in a slightly humble manner. Now that Yang An had brought up the sect, if he continued to act arrogantly, then he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time. Lu Dong suddenly interrupted from the side, his tone full of ridicule. "You put it so nicely. What's so special about your body? Isn't it just a pair of hands and a pair of legs? Don't tell me you're a beast man." "Beast man?" Ling Xiao was startled, and then he glared at Lu Dong and scolded, "Your mother is a beast man, and your whole family are beast men. You." Lu Dong was furious, and just as he was about to scold him, Ru Chang interrupted him. "Lu Dong, you have no right to speak here." Lu Dong angrily glared at Ling Xiao and shut his mouth, but in his heart, he was determined to find an opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. "Ling Xiao, are you really not going to tell us the method to expel the fire poison?" Ru Chang once again asked coldly. "I said that even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to do it," Ling Xiao said impatiently. All right. Since that's the case, then I will now order you to go to the crystal mine in the Flame Valley and collect the glazed crystal for the sect." Ru Chang shouted twice, and then immediately showed his elder's token to Ling Xiao. When these words came out, Chao Nan and Shi Tianho's expressions changed. "Martial uncle, what you're doing is inappropriate," Chao Nan said with dissatisfaction. "Step back, Nan Xian. I will personally explain this matter to your master and the sect," Ru Chang said resolutely, not giving any face to Chao Nan Xian. "Junior, I think it's better to let him look after the crystal mine first. I'm afraid that elderly won't allow him to mine it." Yang An interrupted from the side. Ru Chang frowned and said, "Ling Xiao, immediately go to the Flame Valley and listen to the instructions of the elders. Guard the crystal mine until all of the crystal mine has been mined." When Ru Chang said this, Chao Nan Xian and Shi Tianho let out a slight sigh of relief. Only Ling Xiao's expression remained the same, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Ling Xiao, will you obey the instructions?" Yang An asked when he saw that Ling Xiao didn't react. "This disciple will obey the instructions," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have any objections. He had wanted to enter the Flame Valley for a long time, but his mission was to refine the ice-cold pill. Even if his martial uncle didn't allow him to participate in refining the pill, he still had to obediently stay in the city. Otherwise, people would find an excuse to stir up trouble again. Recently, he had absorbed other people's fire poison to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. However, the fire poison was much weaker than the one he absorbed from Ji Yinzhao, so the effect on his cultivation was not obvious. Therefore, he needed to find an even stronger fire poison to cultivate. Only then would he be able to cultivate the viscera refinement realm to the highest level in a short period of time. However, he didn't have the elder's instructions, so he didn't dare to casually step into the Flame Valley. After all, there were spirit beasts with fire poison in their bodies. Each of them was extremely ferocious and terrifying. With Ling Xiao's high-level mystic cultivation, if he rashly entered, it would only bode ill rather than well. Shi Tianhou, bring Ling Xiao to meet up with elderly. Ru Chong impatiently waved his hand and ordered Shi Tianhou to bring Ling Xiao away. In his heart, he thought to himself, this brat is lucky. However, once we reach the Flame Valley, let's see how he'll deal with the fire poison. With regards to Ru Chang's malicious thoughts, Ling Xiao didn't need to guess to know a thing or two. In any case, the master and disciple duo weren't good people. Just as Ling Xiao turned around to leave, Chao called out to Ling Xiao, "Junior brother, take care. Take these ice-cold pills with you." Ling Xiao looked at Chao Nan with gratitude. Just as he was about to take the ice-cold pills, Ru Chong said, "Nan Xian, since Ling Xiao's physique is special and can restrain the fire poison, it's better to leave these ice-cold pills for the other disciples. Moreover, there aren't many ice-cold pills." Chao Nan turned his head and looked at Ru Chong with dissatisfaction. "Martial Uncle Zhu, don't you think this is too much? Martial Uncle Yang, do you think so too?" Chao Nan was a true disciple, and his authority and prestige were second only to the elders. Now that Ru Chong was bullying his junior brother like this, it was equivalent to not giving his master, Nan Gongchangle, face. If he didn't stand up and say anything, he was afraid that others would think that Ru Chong had the final say in Medicine Peak. Yang In, who was at the side, also felt that Ru Chang's actions were a bit too much. He immediately tried to persuade him, "Junior brother, forget it. Why make things difficult for a junior? Just give him the ice-cold pills." "Humph." Ru Chong coldly snorted and didn't say anything else, as if he had compromised. "Many thanks for senior brother's good intentions, but my body is really special. A normal fire poison won't be able to harm me," Ling Xiao tactfully said. What a joke. If he accepted the ice-cold pill, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Moreover, he had the innate evil wind qi, so he really wasn't afraid of a mere fire poison. Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou left the Great Hall and went straight to Flame Valley. "Junior brother, you're too impulsive," Shi Tianhou said from the side. After interacting with Ling Xiao for the past few days, he also felt that Ling Xiao was a friend worth befriending. In his heart, he had already treated Ling Xiao as a good brother. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. "Senior brother, don't worry. I have my ways. Sai, you haven't entered Flame Valley before, so you don't know. Warriors below the Spirit Master level don't have the ice-cold pill, so they will definitely be poisoned the moment they enter. Even if they have the ice-cold pill, it won't bode well for them." Shi Tianhou sighed from the side. "Oh, why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked in return. "The ice-cold pill can indeed restrain the fire poison, but this alone isn't enough because all the spirit beasts in Flame Valley are rank 3 and above. The spirit beasts below rank 3 have almost all been killed. These high-level spirit beasts are very strong and savage, and each one of them carries fire poison. Senior Brother Ji was injured by the spirit beasts, which is why he was severely poisoned. Even if you can resist the fire poison, your strength is not enough to resist the attacks of those spirit beasts. It seems that Elder Zhu has ill intentions towards you," Shi Tianhou explained. Although he was an honest and straightforward person, he wasn't stupid and could naturally see Zhu Ruchang's intentions. Hearing Shi Tianhou's words, Ling Xiao became silent. A rank 3 spirit beast was equivalent to a human spirit master. With Ling Xiao's current strength as a high-level mystic disciple, he could barely fight against it. However, from Shi Tianhou's tone, it seemed that the spirit beasts in Flame Valley weren't just rank 3 low-level spirit beasts. There were even quite a few rank 3 middle and high-level spirit beasts. There might even be rank 4 spirit beasts appearing. If that was the case, with just Ling Xiao's personal strength, it would be as Shi Tianhou said, and he would probably be in danger. If Ling Xiao let the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin come out to help, he would expose all of his trump cards. This would be very inconvenient for him in the future. Moreover, if they were also poisoned by the fire poison, it would be troublesome. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Shi Tianhou continued. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. If you really aren't afraid of the fire poison, you only need to stay in the camp. With the protection of the elders, there shouldn't be any accidents. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Thank you for reminding me, senior brother. I will be careful. That's good. Later, follow behind me. If you meet any spirit beasts, don't try to be brave. I'll block them first, and you run. I'll catch up. Once we get to the camp, it'll be fine. Shi Tianhou reminded him again. The fire poison in Flame Valley was too strong, and normal spirit beasts couldn't get too close. Therefore, I didn't ride spirit beasts and could only hurry over on foot. The city and Flame Valley were only half a day's journey away, and the two quickly reached the outskirts of Flame Valley. Chapter 208. Before coming here, Ling Xiao had seen the scene of Flame Valley from high up in the sky. At that time, he had only felt that it was like a mountain of flames, crimson like blood. This kind of scene was truly spectacular, causing people to gasp in amazement. Now standing at the entrance of Flame Valley, waves of hot air assaulted his face, causing his entire body to feel unbearably hot. He couldn't help feeling irritated. Junior apprentice brother, take an ice-cold pill. The fire poison here can slowly invade your body through your skin, reminded Shi Tianhou. Not daring to be careless, he took out an ice-cold pill and swallowed it. It's nothing, senior apprentice brother. Just lead the way, said Ling Xiao casually. In truth, he had already begun to circulate the ice attribute within his body to maintain a calm state of mind. Although the innate wind baleful qi within his body could resist the fire poison, under such high temperatures, even Ling Xiao felt his mind become restless. The two of them entered the valley and saw that there were fire attribute, low-level spirit grasses and spirit trees everywhere. Each one was extremely strange and bright red. Flaming tail grass. Ling Xiao looked around, his gaze suddenly stopping in one direction. He saw that in the direction he was looking at, there was a crimson spirit grass. That spirit grass was extremely hairy, like a horse's tail constantly swaying in the wind. This was a high-level, second-level flaming tail grass. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rush over to pick that spirit grass. Junior apprentice brother, don't waste your time. The spirit grasses here are all covered in fire poison. Elder Yang and the other elders have concluded that these spirit grasses can't be absorbed or used for alchemy. Otherwise, those who absorb them will be poisoned, said Shi Tianhou from the side. As soon as these words were said, Ling Xiao's excited mood couldn't help but wither. What a pity! Ling Xiao threw the flaming tail grass to the side and heavily sighed. He now also finally understood the reason why these low-level spirit grasses were all left unpicked. It turned out that these spirit grasses all had some degree of fire poison, so they couldn't be absorbed. It was undoubtedly a great pity. What followed was the true beginning of what made Ling Xiao's heart ache. He saw that there were actually quite a few third-level spirit grasses in Flame Valley, and they were all extremely rare and precious. However, these spiritual herbs could not be absorbed or used for alchemy. This undoubtedly made Ling Xiao feel extremely pained. Even so, Ling Xiao could not help but pick a few rare and precious spiritual herbs. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through his mind, and he immediately revealed a happy expression. Although others couldn't absorb it, it didn't mean he couldn't use it. He cultivated the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi, which meant that he cultivated the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and wind at the same time. Therefore, he could also absorb the spirit herbs of the fire attribute. Although these spirit herbs contained fire poison, it was not a big deal to him. Even if he directly consumed it or refined it into a pill, he could directly consume it. At that time, he could use the evil Qi to eliminate the fire poison, and the medicinal effect would definitely be preserved. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's heart warmed up, and he quickly began to harvest these fire-attributed spiritual herbs. Shi Tianho was flabbergasted by Ling Zhao's actions. Junior brother, didn't I say that these spirit herbs can't be used? Why are you still picking them? Don't waste time, let's hurry, urged Shi Tianho. Senior brother, don't be anxious. These spirit herbs are useless to others, but to me, they are extremely useful. Ling Xiao grinned. Following that, Ling Xiao saw a stalk of Tier 3 mid-tier 5-star flower. Each flower was like a star, and the petals even contained some dark red vein patterns, looking very charming and alluring. Good boy, there's still 3 middle 3rd level 5-star flowers. I can't let them go. Ling Zhao's eyes shone, and he rubbed his hands together, immediately running over to pick them. Just at this time, a sense of danger gathered. Junior brother, be careful. Shi Tianho also felt it, and he warned Ling Xiao. The pair of silver axes on his back instantly drew out, and he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh! A fiery shadow shot out from the underbrush like lightning. Ling Xiao had been gathering spirit herbs the entire time, but he hadn't seen any spirit beasts. His vigilance had been at its lowest, and it was only when danger arrived that he reacted. However, he was still a bit late, and his arm was cut by that fiery shadow. The burning sensation caused Ling Xiao to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. When he looked at his arm again, he saw a stream of blood flowing out from a crack in his flesh. In just a short moment, his arm had already become red and swollen, and there was even a faint trace of scarlet. A fiery poison quickly rushed into Ling Xiao's body from his arm. At this time, Ling Xiao naturally didn't have the mind to use the fiery poison to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Without even thinking about it, he used the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi to extinguish the fiery poison. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the spirit beast that had injured him. He cried out in alarm. It's actually a fire fox. This is bad. In front of Ling Xiao was a mid-3rd level fire fox. Its entire body was as red as blood, and its red fur was tightly bunched together. Its eyes were scarlet, and its fangs were exposed. It was exceptionally frightening. Junior brother, you go forward. I'll deal with it. Shi Tianho shouted from behind, and at the same time, he blasted out 2 axe shadows. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately retreated to the side. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he took out his raging flame sword and waited for an opportunity. The firefox's speed was as fast as lightning, and even some wind-attribute spirit beasts might not be able to match its speed. Shi Tianho's attacks were simply unable to harm the firefox. Gee, the firefox seemed to have been angered by Shi Tianho, and after dodging a few times, it shot towards Shi Tianho. Shi Tianho was an earth attribute martial artist. His defense was passable, but his speed was lacking. Seeing that the firefox was about to grab his face, Ling Xiao saw an opportunity from the side. He pointed with his index finger, and a small pillar of fire shot towards the firefox. This was the raging flame finger technique that he had obtained from the Li clan. At the same time that he shot out his finger technique, Ling Xiao used his fastest speed and instantly arrived at the firefox's side. He shouted, "Go to hell!" The raging flame finger could only temporarily delay the firefox's attack on Shi Tianho. His current move was the real killing move. Rays of sword shadows filled with scorching flames shot towards the firefox's body. Boom! Ling Xiao had used 100% of his profound energy in this move. Furthermore, he was using a 3rd-level profound artifact. This attack was comparable to a low-level spirit master's full power attack. The firefox was blasted several meters away, and it landed in the weeds. Senior brother, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked with concern. I'm fine. Fortunately, you attacked in time. Let's go. That firefox shouldn't be dead. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with it. Shi Tianho said, and hurriedly brought Ling Xiao along. Senior brother can't leave. That firefox is attacking again. Ling Xiao cautiously looked at the place where the firefox had fallen. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery shadow shot out from the grass again. This time, it was even faster than before. Come, It's been a long time since someone has sparred with me. Ling Xiao didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He shouted, and the raging flame sword in his hand shone brightly. Sword scar. In an instant, countless fiery sword shadows flooded toward the firefox that was shooting over. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had still underestimated the firefox's speed. With a few leaps, it circled to Ling Xiao's side and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Ling Xiao's waist. If he was bitten, he would probably lose a large chunk of flesh. "Beast, don't be so savage," Shi Tianhou shouted, and immediately came over to support him. For a moment, one beast and two humans were fighting. With Ling Xiao's wind attribute, he could still sense the firefox's direction, but he couldn't do anything to it. Whenever the firefox was about to bite Ling Xiao, Shi Tianhou would come over to support him. "Junior brother, we can't continue like this. Why don't you leave first and I'll block it?" Shi Tianhou said anxiously. This mid-third rank firefox was truly too difficult to deal with. The two of them fought for a long time, and Shi Tianhou could only let Ling Xiao leave first. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was much weaker than his. However, he didn't realize that Ling Xiao wasn't at a disadvantage when facing the firefox. If it were him, he might not be able to do the same. This won't do. This firefox has already been attacked by fire poison, and it won't give up attacking. Even if you stay behind, I'm afraid you won't be its match. Think of a way to block it, and I'll kill it. Ling Xiao said to Shi Tianhou as he waved his raging flame sword to attack the firefox. "Okay, you hold it first," Shi Tianhou replied, and immediately began to gather his spiritual energy. In an instant, Shi Tianhou's entire body emitted a powerful earthen yellow color. Immediately after, he shouted, "Hand of the earth!" He slammed his palm on the ground, and a muffled sound rang out. Following that, a surge of energy surged from the ground, rushing towards the place where the firefox and Ling Xiao were fighting. Following that, an illusory hand drilled out of the ground. The firefox was caught by the earthen yellow hand, and it couldn't struggle free for a moment. It let out a strange cry. "Well done," Ling Xiao shouted, and he raised his raging flame, sword high in the air. Swish! The powerful sword shadow contained the most ferocious attack. Puff. This time, the firefox didn't have any chance to dodge, and it took the full brunt of Ling Xiao's ferocious attack. Streaks of blood splattered, and the fox's body was cut into several pieces. Phew! Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief and directly sat down. That attack just now had used up all of his Xian Qi. Shi Tianhou immediately ran over and praised. "Junior brother, good job. You actually killed the firefox." This time, Shi Tianhou finally realized that Ling Xiao's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if they were to exchange blows, it was likely that the two of them would have a 50-50 chance of winning. He was already a low-level spirit master, and Ling Xiao was only a high-level Xian cultivator. Shi Tianhou couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Junior brother is really amazing. I was just lucky. If it wasn't for senior brother controlling it, I might not have been able to injure it." Ling Xiao shook his head. Then he sat down to recover his Xian Qi. Shi Tianhou went to pick the 5-star flower, and then he went to take out the firefox's beast core. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao finished meditating, and Shi Tianhou gave these two items to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't stand on ceremony, and he put them into his spatial ring. "Let's go. There's still some distance to go, so we must hurry," Shi Tianhou said. The two of them once again walked into the depths of Flame Valley. Along the way, they encountered two low-level, third-rank spirit beasts, but they were both killed by the two of them. Ling Xiao also obtained 2 beast cores and a few spirit herbs. This trip to Flame Valley was destined to be fruitful. Chapter 209. The Flame Valley was as red as blood, and hot air rose. Near a volcanic crater in the Flame Valley, a few elders and deacons of the Purple Sky sect were standing guard. Not far from them, there were a few disciples of the Purple Sky sect holding the fort, and behind them, there was a cave entrance that was as tall as two people. Ding, dang, 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 dang. Sounds kept coming out from inside. At this time, Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou finally arrived. The appearance of the two of them immediately attracted the attention of the elders and deacons. Zhang Li, an elder of the Scarlet Flame Peak, frowned and said, "Why are you two here?" The Flaming Valley was filled with spirit beasts of the third rank and above. There were also high-ranked spirit beasts. However, Shi Tianhou and Ling Xiao were so weak, yet they dared to come here. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect who guarded this place all changed shifts every few days, taking turns to guard, and every time the disciples and deacons changed shifts, they had to come together and could not move alone to avoid being injured by the spirit beasts. It was not yet time to change shifts, but Shi Tianhou and Ling Xiao suddenly appeared at the same time, causing Zhang Li to be puzzled. The two of them stepped forward and bowed to the group of elders. Shi Tianhou respectfully said, "Elderly, the elders specially ordered junior brother Ling Xiao to assist the elders and deacons in guarding the crystal mine until the mining is complete." Disciple, I am here to escort junior brother Ling Xiao. Nonsense, it's fine if you come, but Ling Xiao is only a high-level profound realm cultivator. How can he resist the fire poison with such strength and the spirit beasts here? Just as Shi Tianhou finished speaking, Zhang Li couldn't help but shout angrily. The group of elders and deacons at the side also revealed puzzled expressions. Immediately after, Shi Tianhou explained the reason why he asked Ling Xiao to guard the crystal mine. After Zhang Li finished listening, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. This he is really getting more and more outrageous. Another elder walked over and asked Ling Xiao, "Are you junior brother Mu Huai's disciple, Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao looked at the old man and replied, "Yes, I am." He was puzzled. Could it be that he is an elder of Wooden Flag Peak? This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen this elder, and he did not recognize him at all. However, he addressed his master, Mu Huai, as his junior brother, so he thought that this elder was definitely an elder under his Wood Flag Peak. Good. Very good. Since the Medicine Peak doesn't want you anymore, then you can stay at the Wooden Flag Peak from now on. The elder looked at Ling Xiao and called out twice, then said, "I am your master's senior brother, Mu In. You can call me Martial Uncle." Mu In had always been guarding the Flame Valley, but he would still return to the sect every 2 or 3 months. Therefore, he found out from Mu Huai that their Wood Flag Peak had recruited a 100% pure elemental disciple called Ling Xiao. Mu Huai was also a Tenbin who often praised Ling Xiao in front of him, saying that if Ling Xiao did not spend half of his time on alchemy, he would definitely be able to break through to the spirit master level before the age of 20. Now that he saw Ling Xiao, Mu In could naturally guess that Ling Xiao was the good disciple that his junior brother mentioned. "Martial Uncle, let's talk about this when we return to the sect. Since the elders have ordered this disciple to help the elders and deacons, this disciple will naturally obey. This disciple does not have any other abilities, but my body is a little special, so I am not afraid of the fire poison. At the same time, I can also treat the deacons and senior brothers and sisters' fire poison without a problem. Martial Uncle, please let me stay and let this disciple help everyone," Ling Xiao said respectfully. What a joke! He had always wanted to come to the Flame Valley, so naturally he would not go back so easily. Even though Zhu Ruchang did not have good intentions, this was also what he wanted. Good, good. You are indeed a disciple of my Wood Flag Peak. Then stay. With Martial Uncle here, you'll be fine. Mu In saw that Ling Xiao was so considerate and immediately said happily. Then he said to Zhang Li, "Junior Zhang, this her peak's Zhu Ruchang's temperament is still a bit lacking. Yes, we will report this to the sect leader when we return to the sect. Don't think that just because you're a third-rank alchemist, you can torment such an outstanding disciple." Zhang Li nodded in agreement. These days, Ling Xiao had treated a few Scarlet Flame Peak true disciples and the deacons guarding here temporarily calming everyone's minds. All the elders saw this, and Zhongli was an elder of Scarlet Flame Peak, so of course he was extremely satisfied with Ling Xiao's actions. However, Zhu Ruchong pushed Ling Xiao to the Flame Valley, and even wanted such an outstanding disciple to mine for ores. This was simply trying to kill Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary disciple, perhaps with their status, they wouldn't even care. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple of Herb Peak's Peak Lord, Nangong Changle. Apart from this identity, he was also the most favored and proud disciple of Wood Flag Peak's Peak Lord. Moreover, Ling Xiao had made a great contribution here and would definitely be remembered when he returned to the sect. How could they not care about a disciple like this? More importantly, Muin was Ling Xiao's martial uncle, and it seemed that this martial uncle had a good relationship with his master, so of course he would do his best to protect Ling Xiao. In the dilapidated small city, Zhu Ruchong didn't concoct pills as usual, but raised his head to look at the bright sunny sky with his hands behind his back. Waves of heat assaulted his face, making him feel irritated for no reason. At this moment, Lu Dong carefully walked out from behind. Ruchong didn't even turn his head and said, "What are you doing sneaking around?" Lu Dong hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, disciple has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Ruchong frowned slightly and said, "Say it." Long ago, he still had high hopes for Lu Dong, but following Lu Dong's disappointing performance, he was extremely dissatisfied with Lu Dong. However, he couldn't find a decent disciple all these years, so he was also very depressed. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't like Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was only a disciple of their Herb Peak, perhaps he wouldn't hate Ling Xiao so much. However, Ling Xiao had one disciple and two masters, and after becoming a disciple of their Herb Peak, he also became a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. This made Ruchong feel extremely uncomfortable. In Ruchong's heart, being an alchemist was an honorable profession. Anyone who could become a disciple of their Herb Peak was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Yet Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. Ruchong felt that Ling Xiao didn't care about the profession of alchemist. He thought that a person like Ling Xiao who didn't have the heart to be an alchemist was not qualified to be an alchemist. Therefore, he thought that it was better to chase Ling Xiao out of Herb Peak, so that he wouldn't ruin their Herb Peak's reputation in the future. At this time, Lu Dong came to his master and said respectfully, "Master, have you ever thought about why Ling Xiao can restrain the fire poison? Didn't he say it was because of his body? Could it be that there really is a secret?" Ruchong glanced at Lu Dong and said, "Master, then what kind of physique do you think is needed to restrain the fire poison? Moreover, to be able to expel the fire poison from others?" Lu Dong didn't answer and instead asked a question. To restrain the fire poison, only an absolute Yin body can prevent the fire poison from attacking, or a king level or above strength that can repel and not absorb the fire attribute spirit chi. As for being able to expel the fire poison from others, it also requires an absolute Yin body. Moreover, after reaching the spirit master level and converting it into spirit chi, one can help expel the fire poison from others. However, helping others expel the fire poison will consume a lot of spirit chi, and the slightest bit of carelessness will cause the fire poison to backfire, Ruchong said. At this point, he revealed a slightly surprised expression and said, "Could it be that he has a spirit weapon on him?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Lu Dong lowered his voice and said, "Master, other than this explanation, do you think there is another explanation?" Ruchong's body slightly trembled and his eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. His whole body sank in a deep thought. At this time, Lu Dong quietly retreated. He knew that his master had already made up his mind, and now he could only wait to watch a good show. Since Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate kindness, then he would let him know the consequences of offending him, Lu Dong. As night fell, the temperature in the Flame Valley was slightly suppressed. It was clearly much more comfortable than during the day. Ling Xiao said to his martial uncle Muin, then found a quiet place to sit down. "Prodigal brat, Xiao Jin, come out." Ling Xiao called out to the spirit beast wristband, and two shadows appeared in front of him. A small scarlet beast and a huge golden wolf king appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The small scarlet beast instantly pounced in front of Ling Xiao and licked Ling Xiao's face a few times. Then it began to dance in the forest, seemingly very happy. The golden wolf king showed an extremely impatient look and transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Master, Xiao Jin hates this place. The golden wolf king had a dual attribute of metal and wind, and this flame valley was filled with fire attributes and fire poison. It just so happened to restrain the golden wolf king's metal attribute, so it wasn't strange for it to feel uncomfortable. Since that's the case, you can return to the wristband, Ling Xiao said. Just as he was about to call back the golden wolf king, he thought of something and asked, Xiao Jin, how long do you need to break through to the fourth step? Ever since the golden wolf king had followed Ling Xiao, he had often fed the golden wolf king and the fire Qilin with beast cores. Now, the golden wolf king was a high-rank 3-spirit beast. The golden wolf king replied, Master, in order to break through to the fourth step, I need to absorb a huge amount of energy. I need to eat at least 20 essence beads. The essence beads that the golden wolf king was talking about were spirit beast cores. 20. Ling Xiao's face fiercely slapped. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai had been feeding beast cores to the golden wolf king and fire Qilin, so the number of beast cores in his space ring had been reduced by half. Most of the remaining beast cores were 4th order and 3rd order beast cores of the metal and wind attribute. The golden wolf king couldn't directly consume the 4th step beast cores, so it was in a difficult situation. If he wanted the golden wolf king to stay in the wristband to advance, then he would need to provide it with enough beast cores. Without beast cores, this big guy would need to eat a lot of meat, and Ling Xiao didn't have the time to hunt with it. Now that the golden wolf king wanted to advance to the 4th step, it needed to absorb so many beast cores. This made Ling Xiao very distressed. Metal attribute spirit beasts were easier to find, but wind attribute spirit beasts were very rare. Even if he had the strength to hunt them, he didn't know where to find them. Forget it, we'll cross the bridge when we get to the bow of the boat. If we can't, then we'll ask Master for some. It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shook his head. At this time, the fire Qilin flew back with a rank 3 spirit beast in its mouth and smashed it in front of Ling Xiao. This little guy actually let Ling Xiao barbecue for it. It seems like this little guy is suffocating. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 210. The spirit beasts in Flame Valley were full of fire poison. Even Ling Xiao had to be careful when eating the roasted meat, but the fire Qilin ate a lot and was completely fine. Moreover, it seemed to be very happy here. Ling Xiao wanted it to return to the spirit beast wristband, but it refused. Helpless, Ling Xiao could only let it be. He thought, this little guy is a divine beast, so this trivial fire poison shouldn't be able to do anything to it. After the golden wolf king was put away, Ling Xiao threw a fire attribute beast core into the fire Qilin's mouth. This little guy had already advanced to the 3rd rank for a long time, and had swallowed 3 times the beast core of the golden wolf king, but it still hadn't broken through. Ling Xiao was puzzled. If this little guy could break through to the 4th rank, then even if he faced a king stage expert, he would have a chance to survive. However, now Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the fire Qilin not having enough beast cores to eat. This flame valley was full of spirit beasts of the 3rd rank and above, and they were all of the fire attribute. Although they contained fire poison, it wasn't a problem for the fire Qilin to eat. As long as he hunted more spirit beasts and stored them, he wouldn't need to worry about the fire Qilin not having enough beast cores to eat. Right now, he wasn't in a hurry to find spirit beasts. With his strength, he was still far from being able to deal with spirit beasts, so he could only raise his strength first. Now, his profound strength was gradually approaching perfection, but his state of mind still needed to be adjusted. For now, it was better to use the rich fire poison here to temper himself first. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and no longer circulated any profound qi to resist the hot world energy here. He then took out the stubborn grass he had obtained from G2 from his space ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The main purpose of the stubborn grass was to increase the cultivation speed of Xianqi, and Ling Xiao wanted to use it to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation secrets. He wanted to strive to raise the Viscera refinement realm to the middle realm during this period of time in Flaming Valley. After giving up all his defenses, Ling Xiao was already drenched in sweat after a short while. His clothes were soaked, and the fire poison and the spiritual energy adhered to his skin. His skin immediately turned dark red. At the same time, the fire poison contained in the spirit beast meat he had just consumed was no longer suppressed. It was freely spread throughout his body, invading his internal organs and limbs. Under the pincer attack of both internal and external fire poison, Ling Xiao's entire body turned into a bloody man, looking extremely ferocious and frightening. "It's almost time," Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He immediately began to circulate the innate wind evil qi, driving all the fire poison in his body into his internal organs, preventing it from damaging other muscles. At the same time, it also prevented the fire poison from invading his body again. The fire poison in Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the innate wind and could only wreak havoc in Ling Xiao's internal organs. Soon, his internal organs were infected by the fire poison, and his physiological muscles were corroded bit by bit. Ling Xiao guarded his mind and immediately activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. With the help of the mischievous grass, the speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was several times faster than usual. The skin that had been infected by the fire poison only took a moment to return to its original state, and the internal organs in his body also continuously repaired themselves. The Vajra 5 transformation technique could repair the body, but could not expel the fire poison. The fire poison still remained in his body and wantonly destroyed it. For a moment, a very strange phenomenon took place in his body. Just as the fire poison corroded and destroyed a part of his muscles, the Vajra 5 transformation technique immediately repaired it, and this process repeated without end. This kind of painful torment caused Ling Xiao to be in so much pain that he wanted to die. He wanted to scream out loud, but he was afraid of alarming others. He could only stuff a large piece of uneaten spirit beast meat into his mouth, trying his best to not make a sound. Even so, his forehead was dripping with sweat like rain. It was clear that the fire poison in Ling Xiao's body was many times stronger than before. The night passed uneventfully, and the east gradually turned bright. The temperature in Flame Valley became hot and stuffy again. Ling Xiao had already recovered from his cultivation. After a night of torment, not only did he not seem dispirited, but he was even more spirited. "I believe that reaching the middle stage within a month won't be a problem." Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction as he muttered to himself. Previously, he hadn't had the resources to cultivate the third transformation. Now that he had the resources and the conditions, he naturally had to make good use of it. Moreover, the abnormal defense of the Vajra 5 transformation technique had given Ling Xiao many benefits. As for the hardships he had to endure during his cultivation, he could ignore them. Ling Xiao once again walked towards the mine. Who would have thought that after a few steps, he would run into Ji Yanzhao and his junior apprentice sister, Mo Ailian. Junior apprentice brother Ling Xiao, take care. Ji Yanzhao immediately called out when he saw Ling Xiao. So, it's senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister. Ling Xiao saw the two and cupped his hands in greeting. Junior apprentice brother, you don't need to be so polite. You are my savior. Ji Yanzhao said, then continued, I didn't think that you would be sent to help guard the crystal mine. Why don't you join our group? Although my strength isn't good, it won't be a problem for me to protect you. There were spirit beasts in Flame Valley at all times, and the elders didn't always stay in Flame Valley. Therefore, with Ling Xiao's strength as a high-level mystic cultivator, it was still quite dangerous. Of course, Ji Yanzhao didn't know that Ling Xiao had a spirit beast to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Mo Alien also opened her mouth. That's right, Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Come with us. We still have a lot to thank you for saving my Senior Apprentice Brother's life. Many thanks for Senior Apprentice Brother and Senior Apprentice Sister's kindness, but I still have to listen to the elders' arrangements. I really can't go with you. Ling Xiao smiled and declined. What a joke. With his martial uncle here, why would he want to guard the crystal mine? He might as well find a place to cultivate. He was currently using the stubborn grass, so he didn't want to waste its medicinal power. So that's how it is. Then we won't force you, Ji Yanzhao said with slight disappointment. He then took out a few spirit grasses from his spatial ring and handed them to Ling Xiao, saying, Junior Apprentice Brother, this is a small reward to thank you for saving my life. I hope Junior Apprentice Brother doesn't mind. How can I accept this? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but look at the spirit grasses in Ji Yanzhao's hand. Suddenly, his pupils dilated a bit, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Live! Live spot bamboo! Among the few stalks of spirit grass that Ji Yanzhao took out, there was one stalk that looked like a bamboo. It had 5 small sections, and each section had an ink-like pattern, just like the pattern of a zebra beast. It was vivid and lifelike. Junior Apprentice Brother is truly worthy of being an alchemist, being able to see through it with a single glance. Ji Yanzhao smiled. Since Senior Apprentice Brother has such good intentions, then Junior Apprentice Brother will accept it. Ling Xiao no longer refused and received the spirit grasses from Ji Yanzhao. He then said, To tell you the truth, this live spot bamboo is of great use to Junior Apprentice Brother. Many thanks for Senior Apprentice Brother's gift. If there is a need for it in the future, Junior Apprentice Brother will definitely not refuse. Junior Apprentice Brother's words are too serious. You are my benefactor, so if you continue to be so polite, then you're treating me like an outsider, Ji Yanzhao said. To the side, Mo Alien also said, That's right, Junior Apprentice Brother should be able to use it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to take out such a small thing. Senior Apprentice Sister, what are you talking about? Live spot bamboo is a low-tier 4th-rank spirit grass and is extremely valuable. Junior Apprentice Brother has profited greatly. When Junior Apprentice Brother becomes a 3rd-rank alchemist in the future, I definitely won't forget Senior Apprentice Brother's kindness, Ling Xiao solemnly said. Live spot bamboo was of great use to him, and he hadn't expected that Ji Yanzhao would give it to him. Of course, he had to accept it, but at the same time, he couldn't just take advantage of someone else. If he didn't make a promise, then that wouldn't be nice. Good. Then I hope Junior Apprentice Brother can quickly reach the 3rd rank. At that time, Senior Apprentice Brother can also bask in Junior Apprentice Brother's glory, haha. Ji Yanzhao laughed heartily. Ling Xiao chatted with the two of them for a bit more before walking towards the nearby camp. At the camp, only Mu and remained to guard it. The other elders had already disappeared, and there were also a few attendants and disciples guarding the entrance of the crystal mine. Ling Xiao had always been puzzled. Just who was mining the crystal mine? How important was the crystal mine? Presumably, it was the sect's most loyal disciples. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Xiao looked towards the entrance of the cave, and his mouth opened wide. He saw a few unkempt people coming out of the cave. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, and their feet were chained, just like prisoners. They handed some things to her attendant, and then went back into the cave. Could it be? Are they the sect's prisoners? Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. He had been in the Purple Sky sect for a year, but he had never heard of any prisoners being held in the sect. He didn't sympathize with these prisoners, but he just couldn't understand who they were. If these people really offended the sect, they could just kill them. Why would they need to imprison them? That was simply a waste of food. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ear. These people used to be the sect's attendants or disciples, but they used the sect's reputation to commit a felony, so they were imprisoned to atone for the felony they committed. Ling Xiao's heart sank. The person had already come to his side, but he didn't know. When he turned around, he saw that his martial uncle Mu On was already behind him. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, martial uncle. Forget it, Muin said. How did you offend your martial uncle Zhu? You actually provoked him to treat you like a prisoner, and he actually wants you to mind? This disciple also doesn't understand. I have only met martial uncle Zhu a few times, and I can't think of how I have offended martial uncle Zhu, Ling Xiao replied. As for why Chong didn't like him, Ling Xiao really didn't know. Maybe it was Lu Dong, that villain, who made things up, or maybe he was jealous of this young master's peerless tenbin. Anyway, no matter what, if Chong wanted to deal with him, he absolutely couldn't let him succeed. Since you are not happy in Medicine Peak, you can directly stay in Wooden Flag Peak from now on. I think your master will be very happy, Muin said. Martial uncle's kindness, Ling Xiao understands, but it's not too late to decide after I reach the 3rd level, Ling Xiao replied. All right, when you reach the 3rd level, our Wooden Flag Peak will bask in your glory, Muin said happily. Then he said, during this time, you can just stay around here. Martial uncle won't let anything happen to you. Thank you, martial uncle. Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude. At this moment, an attendant hurriedly ran over and said to Muin, Elder Mu, a prisoner has been poisoned. Elderly asked Ling Xiao to go and treat him. Chapter 211. The ones who were poisoned weren't deacons or disciples, but the sex prisoners who were mining inside the crystal mine. The entire Flame Valley was filled with fire poison, so the crystal mine must be filled with fire poison as well. However, during this period of time, there was already a sufficient supply of ice-cold pills. Logically speaking, it was impossible for ordinary fire poison to poison them again, but now they were indeed poisoned by fire poison, and this fire poison could not even be suppressed by the ice-cold pills. What's going on? Muin looked at the prisoners lying on the ground and asked the deacon on duty. A fire rat spirit beast appeared in the crystal mine, and they were all bitten. Now, Deacon Xing has brought people in to hunt the fire rats, the deacon replied. Nonsense, the crystal mine can't withstand the impact. If the crystal mine is destroyed, then it'll be a great crime. Muin's expression changed as he shouted. Then he said to Ling Xiao, save them. I'll go take a look inside the crystal mine. After saying that, Muin rushed into the crystal mine and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao knew the severity of the situation and immediately said to the deacon, help me move them to a quiet place first. I'll have a troubled deacon to protect me first. No problem. The deacon could see that Muin was very concerned about Ling Xiao, so he didn't dare to put on any airs. He immediately followed Ling Xiao's instructions and moved the prisoners to a quiet place. Ling Xiao used both hands at the same time and placed them on the 2 prisoners' chests. 2 gusts of Xiantian Yin Qi were sent out. However, no matter how serious the fire poison was, as long as Ling Xiao treated them in time, they would be able to survive. Not long after, the fire poison was expelled from the prisoners. Just to be on the safe side, Ling Xiao also fed them healing pills to ensure that they wouldn't die. What serious crime did these fellows commit to have their dantians sealed? Ling Xiao looked at the prisoners in front of him and muttered. These prisoners didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations and were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, their feet were chained. No wonder the sect was at ease letting these prisoners mine. If they did so, they would not have the ability to escape with the crystal. Now, there was still the last prisoner left. This prisoner looked quite young, only in his 30s, and was the youngest among all the prisoners. There was a long scar on his face, adding a thick stroke to his resolute face, making him look extremely ferocious and fierce, but it also added a bit of arrogance and domineeringness to him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This guy looks pretty good, so how did he become a prisoner? Ling Xiao pressed his hand on the man's body and sent the innate Yin Wind baleful qi over. Unexpectedly, the Yin Wind baleful qi that he injected was like a stone sinking into the sea. It actually disappeared without a trace in that person's body. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, something's wrong. Following that, he increased the amount of innate Yin Wind baleful qi. He wanted to see if the fire poison was really so powerful that it could actually devour his innate wind baleful chi. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that the wind evil chi that he had endlessly sent over would go out of control after entering his opponent's body, as if it was being sucked away by something. Ling Xiao's expression became more and more solemn. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Ling Xiao had always been successful in expelling the fire poison, but he did not expect to meet such a troublesome opponent today. For a moment, he was extremely annoyed. He immediately shouted and pressed his hands on the prisoner's chest, sending two powerful wind evil chi through his arms. Both of his arms turned jet black and emitted a cold chi. The clothes in front of the prisoner's chest were instantly corroded by the innate wind evil chi. However, at this moment, a change happened to the prisoner. The fiery red color of his skin instantly turned jet black, looking extremely strange and frightening. Ling Xiao only thought that this was the effect of his wind evil chi, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, he did not dare to send the innate wind evil chi over again. Otherwise, before he could expel the fire poison, the prisoner would be killed by his innate wind evil chi first. Phew! Ling Xiao released his palms and sat to the side to meditate. Even though the innate wind evil chi was provided by the innate wind bead, it still consumed a lot of his xian chi. Moreover, after continuously saving people just now, he felt very tired. Ling Xiao did not know that while he was meditating with his eyes closed, the prisoner beside him underwent a shocking change. He saw that his eyes actually trembled slightly. Then his pair of coarse arms slowly spread out, placed flat in front of his lower abdomen, and formed a mysterious hand seal. Immediately after, a strange thing happened. The jet black color around his body actually flowed towards the dantian in his lower abdomen, and at the same time, the surrounding spiritual chi also had an obvious fluctuation. Ling Xiao seemed to feel something and opened his eyes to look at the prisoner. He suddenly jumped up in shock and murmured, "This guy can't have her covered, right?" Unexpectedly, the prisoner also opened his eyes. Those jet black eyes were like that of tigers, emitting an aura of brilliance. "Not good!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, then immediately sought help from the deacon not far away. Ding dang! The prisoner bounced up from the ground, and a withered hand actually grabbed Ling Xiao's throat in an instant. "TSK Tisk, it's really all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows when I, cruel leopard, would be able to escape. In order to thank you, I'll leave your corpse intact." The prisoner laughed sinisterly. Then he struggled with both of his legs, and the iron chains made of dark steel were instantly broken. With Ling Xiao's throat being grabbed, he could not speak. At the same time, the prisoner's aura suppressed the surrounding aura. Ling Xiao was aghast. This guy at least had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he seemed to be a bit stronger. "Don't stare at me like that. To be able to die in the hands of me, cruel leopard, is your honor." The prisoner who called himself Cruel Leopard twisted his neck and said disdainfully. Ling Xiao knew that this guy was about to kill him, so he immediately gathered his mental strength. Even if he died, he had to turn this guy into an idiot. And, just as Cruel Leopard was about to kill him, he slightly raised his eyebrows and immediately said unwillingly, "Count yourself lucky." Then he threw Ling Xiao heavily on the ground and fled in one direction. His speed was simply frightening. "Ha!" Ling Xiao was smashed onto a tree, and the tree trunk was broken by him. Uft. Ling Xiao was shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was clearly seriously injured. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" The person who came was Muan. Marshal uncle, one escaped." Ling Xiao took a breath and said with difficulty. He really didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. A light throw almost took his little life. Fortunately, he cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation incantation, so his defensive ability was not bad. If it was any other high-level mystic cultivator, he would probably have died on the spot. I know, that guy can actually undo the seal on his own. It seems that he has already comprehended something. You heal here first. I'll chase him back. We can't let him escape, Muin said with a dignified expression. It seemed that he attached great importance to the person who escaped. Muin flew up into the sky and chased in the direction of Cruel Leopard. Ling Xiao immediately meditated to recover from his injuries. At the same time, a storm was set off in his heart. The aura that the prisoner gave him was actually quite evil, and his strength was very strong. He looked to be only about 30 years old, but he was actually already a high-level spirit master. It seemed that he was definitely one of the top geniuses. What puzzled him the most was that the other party used his innate wind, evil chi to undo the seal. This person's scheming and ability were really quite terrifying. 2 hours later, Ling Zhao's injuries were basically healed. Muin also returned. Looking at his disappointed expression, it was obvious that he had lost him. At the same time, all the elders in the Flame Valley gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Fire rats appeared in the crystal mine, and all the prisoners were poisoned by fire poison. Although the fire poison has been removed, their profound strength has been sealed, and they can't use their profound strength at all. Their injuries have not recovered yet. So let's discuss how to continue mining crystals. Also, I'll tell everyone a piece of bad news. Cruel Leopard broke the seal and escaped, Muin said to the elders with a suspicious expression. What? Cruel Leopard actually broke the seal on his own? The elders' expressions all became aghast, as if they were quite afraid of Cruel Leopard. That's right, when I chased after him, there was no trace of him. He can hide his aura, so it's already impossible to find him, Muin replied. At this time, Zhongli said, the news of Cruel Leopard's escape must be immediately reported to the sect, and we must find him as soon as possible. If we let him escape back to the Devil Shadow sect, I'm afraid they will have ideas about the crystal mine. Junior Zhang is right, but it's too late to report to the sect now. I think we should first let 2 people find traces of Cruel Leopard, and once they find him, immediately kill him. On the other hand, gather all the deacons and disciples, and let them go into mine. Now there are not many profound crystals left, and our people are mining day and night. Within half a month, we can definitely all evacuate, Muin suggested. Just as he finished speaking, an elder praised, That's right. Right now, the ice-cold pills are very abundant, and we don't have to be afraid of the fire poison at all. It's also much faster for our own people to mine the crystals. One of us will guard them and watch over them, and not let them fill their pockets. Even if we let them secretly collect a few pieces, there won't be any loss. It's much better than letting others have a share of the profits, another elder echoed. Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. Junior Liu, Junior Wang, I'll have to trouble you two to track down Cruel Leopard's tracks. Old Zhang and I will stay here, and Junior Nan, you should hurry back to the sect and report this matter to the sect master, Muin arranged. Everyone nodded and acted according to the plan. Next, Muin began to gather all the deacons and disciples, and ordered them to enter the cave to mine the crystal mine. Of course, the elders and disciples of Medicine Peak did not need to join the ranks. This was the privilege of Medicine Peak. If the esteemed alchemist were to join in the operation of collecting crystals, they would be laughed at by others if word of this got out. However, just as everyone was speeding up the mining, an astonishing change quietly occurred in the cave. Chapter 212. In a pitch-black mine, a dozen or so dazzling night pearls emitted the same light as the moon. The deacons and a dozen disciples of the Purple Sky sect were all gathered in this mine, which seemed to be abnormally crowded. Zhongli said in a clear voice, "There are low-grade profound crystals in the rock walls. You guys should collect these profound crystals as soon as possible and hand them over to me. Whoever collects the most profound crystals will be rewarded with 100 pieces of low-grade, profound crystals when they return to the sect." As soon as Zhongli said this, all the deacons and disciples climbed between the rock walls to investigate and dig for profound crystals. 100 pieces of low-grade, profound crystals was a very generous reward. Under normal circumstances, One might not even be able to earn 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals in a year. Outside the cave, Muin was sitting quietly under a big tree, with a few disciples beside him. They were Yunming Qi, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoshui, and Yulayan. These were the disciples who did not need to go into the cave to collect. There were also a few female disciples who had been sent back to the sect, as there was no need for them to do this kind of labor. Muin closed his old eyes and meditated like an old monk. Nothing could disturb him. Ling Xiao was more embarrassed. He was surrounded by 3 beautiful girls, and for some reason, he felt very nervous. In front of him was Yunming Qi. Although her gaze was on the mind, her eyes would glance back from time to time. On his left was Bing Ruoshui. Her whole body was emitting a chill, which made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. On his right, the beautiful girl Yulayan, who was holding his hand affectionately, wanted to kill him. Her proud breast kept squeezing and squeezing, causing his heart to be in chaos, but he did not dare to act recklessly. For a moment, he fell into a strange state. "Senior sister, you should stay away from me. The weather is hot, and I'm sweating all over. Even if you don't dislike me, I will feel embarrassed." Ling Xiao broke the silence and said. At the same time, he wanted to pull out his arm. Unexpectedly, his arm rubbed against the elastic, soft flesh a few times, but he could not break free. That feeling made Ling Xiao's lust almost burst out, and he cursed in his heart. What is this demoness trying to do? Yulayan gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look and said, "Junior brother, you're so naughty. You're making me so itchy. Why don't we go further away and not disturb the elder's rest?" When she said this, she looked at Bing Ruoshui, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of provocation. "No, our mission is to guard the crystal vein. How can we leave without permission?" Ling Xiao firmly shook his head. What a joke. If he and Yulayan left, Yunming Qi would definitely misunderstand. At that time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean. Yulayan shook Ling Xiao's arm and said, "There's an elder here. What are you afraid of? Besides, we won't be too far away. We can sense what's going on. Senior sister, don't play with me. If senior brother Huang sees us like this, he'll probably kill us to silence us. We're just high-level Xin cultivators, and we're not his match. I think you should let me go," said Ling Xiao. Although Yulian's appearance and body were definitely top class, Ling Xiao didn't dare touch her lightly. This kind of woman looked very delicious, but if they really made any substantial progress, he wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, Yunmeng Qi was here, and he didn't dare take too much advantage of her. Flirting with her for a bit would also relieve his boredom. He dares? He's just a good-looking but useless fellow. Yulayan shouted angrily at the mention of Huang Yifeng. Her eyes were filled with disgust, and then she smiled at Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, could it be that you don't know your senior sister's feelings?" Her beautiful eyes were suffused with a moving luster, making people feel pity for her. At this time, Yunmeng Qi, who was in front of Ling Xiao, trembled slightly. Others might not have noticed, but Ling Xiao saw it. "Senior sister, I'm begging you. Can you stop messing around?" begged Ling Xiao. If Yunming Qi really did misunderstand, then that would be terrible. "Do you really hate me that much?" Yulayan pretended to be a little girl, and her beautiful eyes actually became misty. Ling Xiao was just about to open his mouth to speak when Bing Ruoshui coldly said, "How shameless." For a moment, Ling Xiao found that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a bit, and he couldn't help but shiver. Yulayan laughed tenderly. "Haha, is junior sister Ruoshui jealous?" Bing Ruoshui turned her face away and didn't reply. "If junior sister Ruoshui likes it, then how about we split it in half? Junior brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding, it wouldn't be a loss if the two of us served him," continued Yulayan. Ling Xiao felt like he had been defeated. Why was this woman's words getting more and more ridiculous? Bing Ruoshui coldly looked back at Yulayan. "I don't share men's preferences with others." Originally, there was nothing wrong with that, and Ling Xiao didn't think it was inappropriate. But what she said next almost caused him to collapse. Bing Ruoshui actually walked over to Ling Zhao's other side and hugged his arm. He's already my man, and I won't allow you to have any thoughts about him. Her tone revealed a rare gentleness and determination, and a hint of redness actually appeared on her cold and delicate face. Yu Laiyan was stunned by Bing Ruoshui's words, and Yun Mingqi directly turned to look at Bing Ruoshui. As for Muin, he had rushed over to another tree to meditate. I really didn't expect junior sister Ruoshui to be so amazing. You actually managed to steal junior brother away from me. But I don't mind being junior brother's concubine. Does junior sister Ruoshui mind? Yu Laiyan covered her mouth as she laughed. Did you not understand what I meant? I don't have the habit of sharing men with others. Bing Ruoshui replied forcefully. Is that so? Since you said junior brother is your man, then why do I see that the cinnabar on your arm is still there? Yu Laiyan glanced at Bing Ruoshui's tender arm. Bing Ruoshui's face flushed red, but she still held onto Ling Zhao's arm and replied, It's none of your business. In any case, he's my man. If you really want him, you'll have to defeat me. It looks like junior sister Ruoshui is determined to eat junior brother. But I'm also very interested in junior brother. It looks like I'll have to compete with you, Yu Laiyan replied, and her body actually began to emit a dense flame. Enough! Are you done yet? Ling Zhao's body shook as he shouted. Whoosh! A pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades shot towards him. Ling Zhao's aura withered, and he immediately begged, Grandance, I'm begging you. I'm a cowardly person, and I don't have any skills. I'm not even a spirit master. Even if I'm handsome, and everyone loves me, I really don't think I'm suitable for you. Please don't hurt our relationship because of me. Otherwise, junior brother will feel very uneasy. Ha ha! I'm going to die from laughter. Yu Laiyan was the first to burst into laughter as soon as Ling Zhao finished speaking. Bing Ruoshui's expressionless face also had a hint of a smile on it. It was just that she had turned her face to the side so others couldn't see it clearly. Yin Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Zhao and walked away by herself. It's over, it's all over now. Mingqi's definitely jealous. Ling Zhao looked at Yun Mingqi's graceful figure. I've never seen such an arrogant fellow like you, but senior sister likes it. Yu Laiyan stopped laughing and moved closer to Ling Zhao. Don't touch him again. Bing Ruoshui coldly snorted. All right, you two go to the side and deal with it yourselves. I want some peace and quiet, said Ling Zhao. The two women sensed Ling Zhao's depressed mood and glared at him. Then they let go of Ling Zhao and each found a place to sit down. How do I explain this time? Ling Zhao sat down on the ground and thought bitterly. Forget it. It's better to increase my strength first. Ling Zhao lightly sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, there were attendants and disciples taking turns harvesting crystals. Their speed was 10 times faster than using prisoners. If this continued, they would be able to harvest all the profound crystals in less than 10 days. During these 3 days, with the help of the mischievous grass, Ling Zhao continuously used the fire poison here to refine his organs. The third transformation of the Vajra, 5 changes secret, was advancing very quickly. He believed that as long as he persisted for a while more, he would be able to reach the middle stage. This speed left Ling Zhao speechless. At the same time, the profound qi within his body had reached a full state. The third layer acupoint of the 3 parts returning origin qi had already been filled by half. He was a bit closer to the third layer. Another thing worth mentioning was that the fire qilin actually didn't want to return to the spirit beast wristband after being released at night. This caused Ling Zhao to feel a bit vexed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this little fellow was following him, but it wasn't his protective spirit beast. There was nothing he could do to force it. The sudden appearance of this cute little spirit beast caused Yu Laiyan to be both surprised and happy. Unfortunately, the fire qilin was something that no one besides Ling Zhao could touch. This caused Yu Laiyan to be very dissatisfied. She kept pestering Ling Zhao to let her play with this little fellow for a few days. However, Bing Ruoshui was also often by Ling Zhao's side, not allowing Yu Laiyin to make a move on him. The two of them were often full of gunpowder, but in the end, they couldn't fight. Ling Xiao was very puzzled. These two girls probably had a grudge in their previous lives. In this life, they will be enemies. One ice and one fire. It's really hard for ice and fire to melt. After 3 days of peace, on the 4th day, there was news that a fire rat had appeared in the crystal mine, and several deacons were injured by it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there, so they were all scared but not hurt. However, the appearance of the fire rat caused Mu Un to be puzzled. Could it be that there's a rat nest near the crystal mine? Whether there was a rat nest near the crystal mine or not, for the time being. On this day, Mu In, Zhang Li, and Yun Mengqi all gathered together, as if they were facing a great enemy, and flew into the air at the same time. Mu In said in a clear voice to the front, "Who are you? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Immediately after, in the forest of the Flame Valley, several figures shot out at the same time. One of them laughed and said, "Truly worthy of being an elder of the Purple Heaven sect. We haven't even arrived yet, but we've already been discovered by you. Truly amazing. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.